Dude, you need to come in and ask me. You shouldn't be asking through the stream. You are so funny. Do have a few though. Kind of. Let's see. What to watch? There's a new Mr. Ballin that I do want to watch. But I think I got a customer. Maybe. Right, yeah. Hello.
Yo, Zah.
Let me help you.
Fuck. I'm looking to sell my Tesla, just out the front.
Yeah, let me check it out.
It's a bit fucked, but I could get it fixed up.
It's fine. How fucked is fine? Oh dear me. Engine, trans, turbo, 620. So, turbo, engine, trans, 20, sus. We'll be offering 320k for it.
Fuck. Do you have any other 4-doors that I'd like, be able to buy for around the same price?
What you could do is you could go into the showroom, make a list of cars you like a list, okay? And then I'll tell you all the prices of them.
Alright, sweet.
Yeah. I hate it when they ask me what cars I can get around that price range. You know how many cars we have and how many things I'll have to repeat? It's like the second customer today to ask me that type of question. Oh my gulai. Oh, lay. Anyways, yeah.
Fuck, do you know which muscle I flex to check out the car's stats and shit?
You could do T-muscle / inspect, but I'm not sure if it'll work anymore in the showroom.
Oh, okay. Alright, thank you.
You want a Max Mercy Lago? Is that what it is? I don't see any. Unfortunately.
Hello RuneScape, Wilmissed here with the new video, and how is everyone doing? Throughout the 15 years of the game, we've seen some incredible achievements and deeds created by the players, which through the time resulted in changing how the game works, making it what we know today. With this in mind, I have collected a list of 10 players who changed RuneScape. Let's get started. Starting off with our first game changer, Blue Rose 13X. Back in 2001, the adamant armor was the best in the game. This was also the best armor you could create using smithing. However, Blue Rose was the first player to reach the top levels of smithing, a level that at the time had nothing to it. Because of Blue Rose's achievement, the Gower brothers felt it was needed to create high-level items for smithing, resulting in what became the rune armor. When it was released, Blue Rose was the only player who could make the rune armor, controlling the economy by putting her own price tags on the items just like she desired. Being the one responsible for the creation of the top-tier basic armor of RuneScape, Blue Rose does deserve her mention on the list. Number 2. Merovingian. Though it's not changed the game directly, he's made sure it's been easier for the players. Being the creator of the massively popular fan site, the RuneScape Wiki, Merovingian has been able to feed the
I
tiniest
used
bit
to
of
play
information to
RuneScape
the
back in
players on a larger, easier scale than
2002 to
any other fan site managed to
2010.
do. Though yes, it hasn't changed the game directly, it sure has changed the game experience for hundreds of thousands of players. Number 3. Castle Wars. In 2011, before the release of the Completionist Cape, Jagex had a post on the high-level forums collecting suggestions for what should be required to claim the different stages of the Completionist Capes in the game. Castle Wars, being as accomplished as he is, listed up his own achievements and thus forming the majority of the Cape's requirements. After the Cape release, he managed to get the Cape within the first 20 minutes. The point is, the Trim Completionist was in theory based on Castle Wars and his achievements, giving him the credit for creating the requirements for what is considered the highest level of achievement in RuneScape. Number 4. Wook16. Being known as one of the best PVMers in the game, Wook's impressive boss kills have been seen by thousands of people and have had their effects on the game. Though there have been minor changes, Wooks have proven flaws in the game's bosses, having Jagex buff them and change them in different ways to make what was supposed to be the hardest boss in the game become even harder than originally planned. In theory, the game's bosses have been tightened up based on Wooks' skills, creating harder challenges for the rest of the PVM community. Number 5. Zarfoot. Being one of the most popular players of his time before he quit the game in 2010, Zarfoot was known for being among the most efficient players of all time. Being considered the founder or the one who discovered the typical one-tick training, Zarfoot is the core of what has become
Hoarding red lines and the Ford FGs.
The red line and the Ford FGs?
Yep.
Red line. So the red line, max 20 is 409,000, while the, the FG?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Oh, was it the Ford Falcon FPVF6 or?
Yeah, think that's it.
It was white?
Think so.
If it is the Ford Falcon FPVF6, max 20 goes for 240.
Alright, sweet. Also, I have another car I'd like to sell. Do you buy local cars here or nah?
It depends which one.
The T20.
Oh yeah, no, we don't take those.
Alright, sweet. Fuck yeah, would I be able to sell the Tesla then?
Yeah, we could do so. Let me price calc that. It's grey. 320. He's being smart. He's checking the boat stuff.
Alright, sweet. Fuck. How do I
Elon Musk. So page up, sell vehicle to Estella, that's me. And then grab your bank number on the bank app, highlight the 9-digit number, do Control C, and then do your T muscle / note, Control V paste to the note. So it's a lot easier.
So how do I do it from the start?
So do your page up muscle. There's going to be a sell vehicle to Estella. Things have been okay, Jesse. Things have been busy at the Haze. Really nice. Michelson. What an interesting name, dude. Michelson.
What do I do next?
And then on your phone, you go on your bank. And then you'll highlight that 9-digit number. Do Control V. And then put down your phone. T muscle / note. Then you can Control V paste on the note. And Control C to copy. Let me go grab your funds. Has it been busy at Haze? Nice. Oops, I'm not supposed to do that one. Withdraw. 320. Well, that's good for you. Does anyone else work at Hayes but you? Alright, let me go ahead and put that in. Did you get that? Sir?
I think I got it.
Yeah, alright.
And then, how much was the Holden red line?
Red line. The red line max 20 is 409,000.
Fuck. Ah, shit. I'll just take a look at some of the other cars and shit.
Yeah, that's no problem. Let me put this away. They hired heaps of new staff. Ah. I like the Tesla, how it sounds, honestly. Got another Tesla. Oh, oh. But yeah, I'm just chilling. Chilling. Just trying to get whoever needs a car dealer. So, it's like a hoverboard to me. Hoverboard. Ugh. But yeah, I've been busy the past few days. And things have happened where I didn't feel like streaming. Makes me kind of depressed. Although I have been kind of a little bit depressed for the past few. My anxiety's been kicking in, so that. This morning I woke up with vertigo, which is also a result of anxiety. Yeah. True. Yeah, I just been wanting to just chill, you know? But someone did ask me, someone asked me on FDG community when if I was streaming, like yesterday. And I told them sorry, no, and they're like, oh, and I was like kind of touched. But yeah. So I was like, yeah, maybe tomorrow, which is today. Yeah. Yeah, because yesterday there was supposed to be a sort of deal I was gonna go through with someone in city. And I was so excited, right? I was working though, and everyone else was going to sleep. So I was working, I was excited.
Would you guys buy a KTM bike? Fuck, I don't know which one it is.
Try to see which one that bike is so I can give you a correct appraisal price.
Alright, sweet, I'll go grab it now.
Yeah. But yeah, I was so there was a deal. That was so funny. Not gonna lie, that was so funny. It was so funny. Every time nobody shut down the server, everyone would just bust out in rage, you know? Like, they start raging in the emails. When clearly, Nopi did say that it would be unstable until a certain time. And because of those reactions, I'm thinking he got entertained. Yeah, well, he got entertained and decided to extend it until 3. I was like, dude. Like, me, I kept flying into the ocean. And twice, as soon as I touched a jet ski, Nopi would shut it down. And I'll be like, what the fuck? I'm never gonna get out of this ocean. But yeah, it was hilarious. It was hilarious. And then my boat gone. My boat disappeared too. So I was like, fuck. And then oh my god. That's funny. Dude. That's one way to like drain people of their cash, not gonna lie. But yeah, so there was supposed to be a deal that I was gonna go through yesterday. Like, I was so happy, and I went through work. I couldn't wait to get home, and then all of a sudden, the deal got backed out. was like, wait, what? We finalized the deal and all of a sudden you dog me by backing out, you know? Yeah, it does suck, but yeah. It sucks bad. I was looking forward to that, but whatever. It is what it is. I did get a hard lock case yesterday though. I finally found one hard case. One without using a lock set. Yeah. They're trying to look for a hard lock case. Aw, thanks for the gift. I'm looking at getting a new car soon. What type of car are you looking to get? Dude, ever since, oh, hey, thanks for the raid of 1 to DGC for Life 92. Do you stream? Right. Who knows? We'll give you a shout out and see if you have any embarrassing clips for us, you know? Any embarrassing clips? Starting soon. What is this? What? Okay. Interesting. Oh, thank you. But yeah, yeah, how was everyone's day, by the way? Like, what is going on? Of course, I am streaming this part of FDG, the Polito part of FDG, the used car dealer part of FDG. So, yeah, just chilling, waiting on customers. I know someone's gonna come back, and thanks for the follow as well. But yeah, I think someone's gonna come back to sell their car. And I need to get more pelt. But yeah, the reason why I guess I'm kind of spending my time in Valhalla is because of how good their bonus pay is, not gonna lie. But I'm still going on other businesses in case someone does need. Yeah. I'm almost done with my pelt too. Almost. I'm nearly there. Let's lock that out. What else is on tweets anyways? Anyone know of any good diving spots looking for diving mates? Try out second black boat pier at Del Caro. Lots of people there. I stream on my own server on FatDuck. Nice, nice. You have your own server? That's cool. Looks like Yuli got lucky with a hard lock case too as well. I think Yuli sells his hard lock case like every time he finds one. $60 repairs and tows a month? Well, that's not bad. It's not as bad as Benny's and LSC with how many repair KPI they got. Nice. You should try FDG sometimes. There's so many things that go on here. Yeah, so with Benny's and LSC, they do have a very high quota because they used to be center of the city, which made them do a lot of repairs. I remember back then in 2020 when Me and Tom were running it. Our KPI, well, the KPI wasn't really a KPI. We made the KPI not to... Well, in a way, yes, we did make the KPI to see who was active, but also whoever wanted to get certain bonuses if they reached that amount. Yeah, actually, me and Tom were the first ones to start, like, the KPI bonus, the money-giving bonuses, and Fortnite cars. It's pretty cool. I've been in this server for 6 years now with this community. Oh, okay. But I know Benny's and LC have so much KPI. Because I ran that business at one point. And I know they increased it over time. Yeah, well, it depends what you're, like, more into. Oh, this guy's back. I like flywheels because they're more chill on KPI. It's like 15 a week. Alright, let's see. The EXC 530 and its stock. EXC. So KTM EXC 530 stock, we're willing to offer 108.
Yeah, I'll fucking take it.
Yeah, no problem. Just you know the procedure?
Oh, yeah.
I hear someone running. Oh, I knew it. Hello, competitor.
Hello, friend.
Yeah, just transferred it.
Yeah, no problem. Let me go grab your funds, alright? And this is your number here, right?
Yep.
Alright, let me grab your funds. And the reason why I chose Firewalls is not only to still have a job with Raven, but because I'm not always gonna be there. Like, I'm not always gonna be there, but I will do KPI when I need to. I always do KPI. I never miss out on KPI ever. Except, oh my god, except for this.
I completely forgot to check if there was anything in the fucking boot or anything.
Huh?
Would I be able to check
Oh
in a
yeah,
minute?
you could do that. Let me just go ahead and transfer.
Yep.
See, this guy's being smart. He's looking at his stuff. Alright, here you go. Let me just open it.
Get it sold in the end, brother.
There you go. How's your business side of things?
Good. Good. I always come over to see what's in stock here in case someone's looking for something. I send them over that we don't have.
Yeah, true.
A little brother sister
sweet,
company, you
that's
know. Alright, see you later.
Alrighty. Thanks, DGC. But yeah, with Raven at the same time, I don't want to struggle with KPI just to keep the job. That's why I decided Flyways would be best fit. Plus the Benny's versus LSC type of shit that happened back in the day. Didn't want to deal with that either, you know? Orange. $108. Yeah, I'll be around. I'll probably be jumping around though. What's today? 20? 20, yeah, it's 20. So KPI I think resets about... When does it reset? I think it was 21, maybe. So yeah, I'm just being extra right now. I'm just being extra right now. Just going over KPI standards.
Fuck. How much was the Holden Club Sport and the Red Line?
Club Sport and Red Line. So the Red Line, let me check. So Max 20 Red Line, we got one for 409,000. And then what was that? The Club Sport?
The Club Sport, yeah.
Club Sport. Zynga box, that's what the plate is. We got a Max 20 for 345. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, the Club Sport is 345.
And fuck, how much was the Lancer Evo?
Do we have another Evo? No. The Evo 10 widebody, that one's max 20 for 989.
Oh, fuck. I'll just get the Red Line. Wait, did that cost more than the fucking Club Sport?
The Club Sport is, I mean, the Red Line is 409,000. And the Club Sport is around the 300 sound.
Yeah, I'll get the Red Line then.
Alrighty, so 409.
Wait,
oh, yes?
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
The Red Line, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Dude's confused. There we go. He's like freaking confused.
Yep, just paid it.
Alrighty, let me go ahead and grab the car. Here we go. Let me give you your keys. What yours?
Thank you.
Did you want me to put this away or would you like to drive out with it?
I'll just drive out with it.
Yeah, no problem. There you go.
Thank you.
Bye. Hopefully he likes the car.
Some of today's most effective training methods for the most hardcore players in today's community. Number 6. Metal Maniac 9. Starting the game in December 2004, Metal Maniac 9 quickly rose to fame for what then was called a DIY account, short for do it yourself. Around that time, there was no other known players in that community, meaning that he was very likely the first and the only of his kind in RuneScape, which later on most likely inspired players like Bodhi and RuneShark to do the same challenge up until its massive popularity in 2014, creating what today has become the Iron Man mode. Creating a whole new version of the game, Metal Maniac in his way of playing the game created what's currently being enjoyed by thousands of players and millions of views in video entertainment in the Iron Man, Darkscape and Deadman modes. Number 7. Kiteneeks. Turning things over to the darker side of RuneScape, this guy is originally known for being behind the software that allowed 6 feet under to perform the infamous purple party hat duplication glitch, a major glitch that still affects the game economy today. Though that is not everything this software did. To perform the duplication, they used a self-made script called Auto-Rune, which at the time was considered impossible to create in the cheating community of the game at the time. This script became the first of its kind in RuneScape botting, and was the inspiration for several other illegal botting softwares that was made after it. These guys basically created botting, which over the years damaged the game in several ways, causing one of the largest issues any MMO is facing. Keep in mind everyone, botting is against the RuneScape rules, and doing so will most likely have your account locked. Just don't do it. Number 8. So Wrecked.
In
early 2013, a short time after the release of the EOC, So Wrecked used his YouTube channel to create a petition to add in the pre-EOC servers in the game.
Both
his videos
used
and
car
petition
dealers
gained
don't even
incredible
have
support
one.
from thousands
They don't
of
have
players,
both.
which eventually catched on
They're
with
all
Jagex,
both
and his
run
one
out.
eventually opened the old school RuneScape servers. Old School today shares half of the popularity of the entire RuneScape player base and runs the monopoly
Something
of
will
the
turn
RuneScape
up
streaming and
sometime,
video
though.
making. With its insane popularity, it's rare to think that it never happened if So Wrecked didn't
I
create
will
this
be
video
right
back
back,
in January
guys.
2013.
Okay, be right
Number
back.
9. Sumo. Getting the credit for creating the original fake high score screenshot of sailing, the theory of this new skill became insanely popular when it was shown in a video in June 2008. Being the best piece of trolling in this game's history, sailing is still today a widely used joke among the players and Jagex, and Sumo's great paint skills is what inspired player on ports, the temporary sailing skill in Old School, and several other 1st of April jokes used by Jagex. Well done. Number 10. Jackmob. The way villains become the hero, Jackmob was originally known for being one of the creators of RS Buddy, a then widely used modding software. In 2011, Jackmob attended RuneFest and invited himself into a meeting with the then CEO Mark Gerhardt, where Jackmob was offered a job at Jagex. With his great skills and knowledge within the botting community, Jackmob put incredible work into the anti-botting system Botwatch, almost wiping out botting from the game's servers for years, and even today, the Botwatch is not as effective as it once was. Botting is still suffering from the major fall it had after Jackmob did his magic. And that includes a list of the 10 players who changed RuneScape. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you did, I'd appreciate a thumbs up on the video. If you feel like you missed out something, please let me know in the comment section below. My name is WillMissIt, and I'll see you guys later.
Yo, the Falador massacre? I was there.
2006.
I was there when it happened.
RuneScape history.
The ticket came in. It said someone's running around Falador killing people.
The Falador massacre is one of the most well-known events to have ever happened in RuneScape.
Bro, there's open world PvP. People are getting killed outside your house.
This is Duriel 3-1.
One of the most extreme versions of bug abuse was the Falador massacre.
In a way, this video doesn't need an introduction. The 6th of June 2006, the Falador Massacre.
There when
one
that
of the
happened.
most infamous glitches in RuneScape history. The day that the most popular free MMO in the world saw players cut down in cities, in places they had always thought were safe. The official documentary, the official history book, its own space on Wikipedia, even being canonized in the lore and having official in-game events to commemorate the 10-year anniversary. People have talked about and referenced the massacre extensively. Heck, you've probably already watched a mini-documentary about it before. So what else is there to say on what is probably the most documented event in RuneScape's long history? What can I tell you that countless of YouTube videos and player interviews haven't already? Well, I never make a video unless I can tell you something new on the topic. And after months of collaborating with Jagex themselves, getting the inside scoop, and diving through every other piece of media made about the massacre, we're finally ready to give you the whole story. Time to buckle up and bank your items, because it's time to unravel the 16 years of history that have piled up since the events of the Falador Massacre.
That was a wild time.
Our tale begins back in 2002, somewhere in the mythical fantasy land known as New Zealand. 12-year-old Lincoln has heard about this new, cool game called RuneScape, and decides to sign up to it. A novel medieval adventure game designed by a trio of nerdy British brothers with a sense of wit and charm that you don't really see in other MMOs of the time. The vast world is the perfect place for a 12-year-old to get lost in, and blissfully unaware of where this road would take him, Lincoln finishes punching in his details and is ready to enter the world of Gielinor for the first time. Lincoln, who you probably know better as Cursed You, his in-game name, is quickly hooked by RuneScape and starts putting in some serious hours. He's eventually joined by his close friend, Josh, who calls himself Cursed You, with a 0 instead of an O. The duo play together and call themselves the Cursed You Brothers, since their names kind of look similar if you squint hard enough. Lincoln quickly falls down the PvP rabbit hole, becoming an avid player-killer who raises his stats and improves his gear solely to get better at taking down other players. He finds a good amount of success in this path, and becomes relatively rich quite quickly. When RuneScape 2 was released in March 2004, introducing the dual arena alongside it, Lincoln turned away from the wilderness and went all in on staking, 1v1 matches with some heavy bets on the line for the winner. Now, in 2004, most stakes were done through magic rather than melee or ranged. Lincoln already had decent PvP skills from his time before the dual arena, but he could get an even bigger advantage if he raised his magic level to the max. In fact, he discovered that he could get 202. Staking was an incredible moneymaker, and Lincoln sure as hell knew what he was doing. How Lincoln scraped by on just temporary mutes or bans, never receiving anything permanent. This might come as a surprise to you, but giving a 14-year-old a slap on the wrist when they do something wrong generally doesn't stop them from doing it again. And so, the staking proceeds kept making him richer in real life, selling gold for about 17,000 New Zealand dollars, equal to about 10,000 US dollars in 2006. And whilst his throwaway account got banned after selling everything it had, his main account remained active and looking innocent in the eyes of Jagex. Now, Lincoln wasn't offloading everything through his alts. When you have that much money, why not pimp out your account? So he dumped some of his wealth into buyable skills, achieving pretty respectable results, such as rank 318 prayer with a level of 91, and rank 109 crafting with a level of 95. It's just a shame that he started to train those skills so much later than everyone else. If he'd been able to grind the buyable skills from their release, he'd probably have been able to snag a few rank 1 positions on the leaderboard. Wouldn't that be funny? Anyway, you'll never guess what they released on the 31st of May 2006. Construction, the hottest new skill on the market, released on a Wednesday as far as Jagex were concerned, but that UK to New Zealand time zone meant that it dropped on a Thursday night for poor Lincoln, a school night no less. The burdens of real life stopped him from securing an early lead, but he certainly put in the work, buying up as many resources as he could from the World 2 trading hotspots. He had the materials, he just needed the time. By the time he hit 65 construction, he was rank 35 on the high scores. That's not that far from rank 1. It actually seemed doable. It was time to go all in. Cursed You sold 2 party hats from his collection to fund his construction supply, giving him 250 mil in liquid assets. This wasn't just enough for 99. This was enough to splurge on it. Cursed You opted to build mahogany tables, using a butler to turn logs into planks for him. A very expensive but very fast method. Beyond this, he also recruited 3 friends to buy any and all mahogany planks they saw being traded on the public market. This wasn't just to increase his supply, this was to ensure his competition wouldn't have any for themselves. While 3 people weren't going to be enough to monopolize the market, they were enough to put a huge dent in it. As he stormed to level 78, he still only had half the XP that rank 1 had accumulated in this time. Both Monkey Mojo and Newfrey had 3.2 million XP to Cursed You's humble 1.7. And there was no doubt that they also had surplus cash of their own.
He was very famous back then too.
Cursed You was fast, but he had an education and a bedtime to slow him down. There was no way he'd been able to do this alone. So it's a good thing he wasn't alone. He was one half of the Cursed You brothers, remember? So over the weekend he brought in Josh to work in shifts. While Lincoln slept, Josh would keep playing, keeping the grind going until Lincoln awoke the next morning and took over again. 24 hours a day of non-stop efficient training over the weekend. Now his competition were the ones who couldn't keep up. As he reached level 88, Cursed You hit rank 1 on the high scores for the first time. The end was in sight. He just had to keep the momentum going. Lincoln pleaded with his parents to let him take a few days off school to do this. If he could train all day, the rank was his for sure. But if he couldn't, his foes would have a chance to overtake him. Upon hearing their child ask to take time off school to spend the day playing video games, his parents looked at each other, did the responsible thing, and said, yes.
What?
Who knows why they let him do it? Maybe they knew about his real-world trading earnings and thought of it as him working overtime at a job. But whatever the reason, it cemented his ultimate fate in unchangeable stone. Now that his name was up in lights at the coveted rank 1 position, a lot of eyes fell on Cursed You. And this was during the RuneScape golden era. Who was this kid who came out of nowhere? How did they overthrow the competition so quickly? Can I see his house? The average player in 06 didn't really understand the game, especially when compared to the modern knowledge we have of its mechanics. Everyone had just assumed that rank 1 construction meant that you had the coolest house in the game, and had pimped it out to the max. Cursed You's house was just a collection of empty rooms, with naught but a single mahogany table that was being destroyed and rebuilt over and over. He didn't need anything else. That would be, dare I say, XP waste. Of course, it wasn't just adoring fans trying to get in touch with Cursed You, cheering him on or begging to see his ultra-cool Omega house. His competition slid into the PMs to ask when he was ever going to log out, or how big his bank was, because theirs was definitely bigger. If you had 500 mil, they had 501 mil, that sort of thing. RuneScape was really just a kid's playground back in the day, huh? The race was a lot closer than Cursed You would have liked, however. Even after the day spent no-lifing the skill, his rank 1 position was dangerously close to being overthrown. What's worse, as he reached level 96, he was forced to take a break. Not by his parents, mind you. They were happy for him to sink all day into the game. It was by his clan, DI, who were threatening to kick him out if he didn't join them on a PKing trip. Just ignore the fact that he was racing for a historic milestone, I guess. RuneScape really was just a kid's playground back in the day. This actually gave Cursed You a reason to spruce up his house, however. Since everyone would want to have a look at it after the clan event finished, he threw up some minor furniture as decorations for the party he'd be hosting. This didn't last long, however, since he really needed to get back to training, and he forcibly kicked out all the PKers from his house party.
Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious.
This PKing trip could quite easily have cost him the race. But once again, fate intervened, and he not only kept his rank 1 position, he finally gave himself a buffer. By level 98, he was 1.2 million XP ahead.
This guy, Michelson, just bought this red line, and now he's trying to sell it? What? I guess. I guess. That doesn't make sense to me. Oops. Oops. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, he's trying to sell the car. Oh my god. Probably wasn't happy with it. I mean, he should have test driven it. Honestly.
Of rank 2, and him being the first to 99 was basically a given. With his future achievement locked in, he wasted no time preparing to celebrate. Since you can't invite people to your house in building mode, Cursed You decided to make flat packs to get the last few drops of XP with his friends and clanmates around. With a few planks and a couple clicks, Cursed You became the only person in RuneScape with 99 construction, to a small and intimate audience that didn't overwhelm his computer in the slightest.
Sometimes foreshadowing is...
With his achievement immortalized in screenshots, Cursed You opened the house to the masses of people who had been requesting a private tour of the residence for days. Calls to action were posted on all the popular fan sites and official forums, telling people to subscribe to Will Miss It and to hit the bell to be notified of all future uploads. Or, as he put it, feel free to drop by right now. I'm on World 111 with chat on. Remington, by the way.
The house guest.
So, everyone remembers the massacre as taking place on the 6th of the 6th of the 6th. It's catchy, good optics, yada yada yada.
True.
But Cursed You is from New Zealand. That's so far off the side of the world that half the maps don't even include it. So the time zones have gotten pretty muddy here over the years. Some people say the party took place on the 5th, some say the 6th, some say the 7th. The uploader of the original Falador Massacre video claims the party was held at 7 PM Australian time, which would be about 10 AM in the UK. But Jagex staff claimed they were woken up at 2 AM to try and fix the resulting issues, so that doesn't match up. Luckily, we don't have to guess. Cursed You's party invitation was posted at 11:09 PM UTC, 1 hour prior to Jagex's time zone, placing the party at just past midnight in the UK on the 6th of June 2006, and still on the 5th of June for our American friends. Funnily enough, Lincoln gave his buddy Josh absolutely no credit for all the hours he put in on construction during those late nights. He couldn't risk getting banned during his own party.
Foreshadowing.
Partygoers rushes to the house, building up quite an audience in a very short period of time. In only minutes, hundreds of players poured in, all eager to see the construction king and the castle he had made. One such player was the also 16-year-old Brian hailing from the United States. Brian was pretty much a nobody, really. Just your average RuneScape player at the time. A super cool teenager who was into metal music and video games, unlike any other 16-year-old at the time. He'd actually got into RuneScape because of a friend of his, Voodoo Legion, who'd he met previously on a different game. Brian first tried out RuneScape in May 2005, making his first account, which you all probably guessed the name of. That's right, it was S2Cell. Early on, he died to a scorpion and lost all of his items, and decided to make a brand new account instead of rebuilding. From that point on, Brian would go by a new name, one that would go down in the history books forever. I mean, let's be real here. You almost certainly know Brian by a different name. That one being...
Dorial.
Duriel321 quickly fell in love with PKing, just as Cursed You had done all those years ago. If he wasn't in the wilderness, he was training his combat skills or preparing to jump back into it. Voodoo Legion eventually introduced him to Evolution X, a large PKing clan that had built up a good reputation in the community. They had weekly events where they would do things like kill all the players at the Wilderness Greater Demons, before the addition of obelisks in April 2006 let them spread their reign of terror over the entire wilderness. This was still 2006, so no one was crazy at it or anything, but Duriel definitely knew how to PK, and he certainly had a taste for it. And sure enough, in the early evening of the 5th of June 2006 US time, Duriel was sitting on TeamSpeak with some of his friends when one of them, Alien, told him to come visit a house party in World 111, the Australian homeworld. Cursed You was the first person to hit 99 construction, and was hosting a massive party that everyone was going to. So, sure enough, Duriel decided to hop over and see what all the fuss was about. Interestingly enough, Cursed You had made a dungeon, a floor of the house where people could fight each other when PvP was turned on. Showing up with some basic gear he was wearing at the time, he stepped through the Remington portal and got to partying. And by partying, I mean bashing other people's faces in. Perfectly safe, of course. You didn't lose anything if you died in the dungeon. It was just for fun. You'd just re-enter the house, climb back downstairs and start all over again. That's all it was ever meant to be. A place for safe, friendly PvP. Now, when I said everyone was at the party, out of the 1,200 players online in the world, Cursed You would in later years estimate that 800 of them were all at the party. RuneScape Worlds could reasonably hold up to 2,000 people spread across the map without too much trouble. But if you had a lot of people in one place, such as the 800 attendees cramped inside Cursed You's home, things started to chug. And oh boy, was it starting to lag. About 30 minutes past midnight UK time, Duriel, barely able to see what was going on, died in the dungeon and respawned outside, before re-entering and made his way over to the throne room to see what the magic ball thing was. And as he gets to it, the screen freezes completely. A loading message appears in the top left of the corner, and before he knows it, he's back in Remington, outside the house portal. So was everyone. Cursed You had kicked all several hundred players from his house in a desperate attempt to stop the lag. His house was now only open to his friends, some of which joined him back inside, eager to keep the party going as a small gathering that only the cool kids could partake in. Little did they know, this was the only safe place left in the entire game. When you have several hundred players all in one area, it can be hard to see what's going on. The game lags, the minimap is filled with white dots, and the main game is covered by an endless sea of players obscuring everything. But something's not right. Some players have health bars, and they're going down. Maybe they're being attacked by a random event or something. No, they've only just left the house. Nothing should be attacking them just yet. Trying to figure out what's going on, Duriel clicks into the ocean of players, expecting to walk to a different spot, but instead he's given an attack option, just like the one he had earlier while he was in the dungeon. Oh dear.
The bug.
So what just happened? You might be surprised to hear this, but no one is actually 100% sure what the cause for the open world PvP glitch was. In the years that passed, a few theories have circulated in the community. Depending on who you ask, you'll usually hear that it's something to do with either the combat ring, where being expelled from the house while you had combat enabled let you keep it, or the scrying pool, where being able to spectate somewhere else in the game turned you into an invisible player, and being expelled while using it in a PvP enabled room let you spawn there with PvP still enabled. But there's no shortage of other theories, such as it being down to a last minute code change with the kitchen lorder. But here's the thing. Duriel was by the throne room when he got kicked out, using none of those things. And Cursed Use Clan Party at 96 Construction didn't result in the bug, despite also expelling his avid PKing friends then. And it's not like they didn't try finding one. So what gives? Well, searching for answers, I got in touch with one of the most important developers at the time, Mod Ash, to shed some light on the whole situation. Keep that name in mind, we'll be seeing more of him later. Ash didn't know for sure what the exact cause was, but he knows a lot about why it happened, and so do we. As such, we can make some pretty good guesses because of it. How the player-owned house handled combat was weird. When you had PvP challenge mode enabled in the house, it applied a variable to everyone in the house that allowed combat. Literally, a blanket variable of you can attack anyone, anywhere. You can kinda see how things went wrong now, but wait. If this variable allowed you to attack anyone, why does PvP challenge mode only work in the dungeon? That's because the house also had a second variable. If you were on the ground or upper floor, or the house didn't have a dungeon at all, the option to attack other players was hidden. A hacky solution, sure, but if you wanted to make a PvP mode that only applied in the dungeon, it definitely worked. You just had to make sure that these variables were wiped whenever you left the house. Using the portal, teleporting, logging out, the developer of the skill, Mod John A, thought of all possible ways you could leave the house, and made sure this variable was reset when you did any of them. But clearly, something was missed. Knowing what we know now, there's a good chance that this missed check has to do with a piece of high-level furniture, the Greater Magic Cage. Requiring 89 construction, and only a week after the initial release of the skill, most players had never seen one, nor interacted with it. Neither had Cursed You built it when his clanmates believed they had found a bug the day before, as shown in the image they took in the throne room during the same party. All which would explain why the bug wasn't found until now. As the cage is used to trap people, that means additional variables are applied to them, which may have muddied the water for the code. As mentioned earlier, Duriel explained in an interview 3 hours after the event that he was in the throne room to check out the cage. But he's not the only one. A Swedish user on the DI forums explained only an hour after the massacre that also he could attack people after being teleported from the inside of the Greater Magic Cage. None of the J-mods that actually had a part in fixing the bug knew for sure what actually caused the variable to be smuggled out of the house. Even the skill's developer explained in the RuneScape history book that he missed something, but couldn't specify what. Now, obviously, the bug can't be abused today. We're going to be talking more about that later, but to get a true understanding of the Greater Magic Cage's involvement, I made a last attempt to find the cause of the bug by messaging upload manager Mod Easty. As a Jagex employee since 2008, few J-mods know the game's coded secrets better than Easty. As an upload manager, he's been in charge of implementing all code involving hotfixes and new updates since 2010. Next to this, he's had a pretty big interest in bug abuse, keeping in touch with RuneScape's bug abuse curator and learning the ways of how to break the game both internally, but also externally. Some might remember him from the Rotten Potato documentary, where Easty was shown to be in contact with the old bug abuse communities. If anyone at Jagex would be able to look up the code and find the bug, it'd be him. But even Easty couldn't say for sure. The construction code has changed a lot over the years, and the closest we can get to the original code is from August 2007, being the same code of the game used to bring back Old School. Already at that point had Jagex made several changes to avoid the massacre from ever happening again. But Easty could, after reviewing the 2007 code, make a guess at what happened in June of 2006. Hold on for this, cause we're getting a little technical now. When standing in the Greater Magic Cage and somebody pulls the lever, it traps the players inside. If the player chooses to drop them down to the dungeon, an animation plays where the player is falling. As we know, Cursed You expelled everyone from his house whilst our known PKers were in the cage. And the Swedish user did explain the cage was in the process of teleporting him when he was kicked, suggesting the animation had been activated when Cursed You hit the emergency brakes. Based on how the code worked at the time, Easty believes this caused a rare instance where two actions happen in the opposite order of what they're meant to do. Assuming Cursed You expelled everyone in the same game tick as a different player sent the trapped players to the dungeons, the game prioritizes the action activated by the player with the highest player identification number, or PID for short. In 2006, the number each player had depended on how long you had been online on a server. The longer you stayed online, the higher the number you had. And obviously, Cursed You had been online for longer than most of his party guests, making his action of expelling the guests take priority. So when hundreds of players, including the ones in the cage, spawned outside, the other action was still queued up, and played directly after they all had been kicked. Since getting dropped into the dungeon would register your account as being in the dungeon, the variable saying you're on the upper floors of a house disappears, and PvP mode becomes activated. So in summary, you have a variable that turns on open world PvP and another that stops it if you're on the ground or upper floors of a player-owned house. This is supposed to be removed when you leave the house, but the developer forgot about the Greater Magic Cage, and now you have open world PvP turned on thanks to stupidly specific circumstances. As long as you don't log out, hop worlds or teleport, the variable stays visible. Okay, enough on mechanics. It's time to talk about the carnage. As players start dropping, panic spreads around the Remington House portal. Some people still have no idea what's going on. Others know exactly what is going on. Some players run as fast as they can, not wanting to lose their expensive items they had brought to the prestigious party. Others are just deer in headlights, unable to avert their eyes from the disaster unfolding before them. A party hat is quickly lost in the chaos to a player named Yeti90, punching his victims to death with nothing but a pair of boxing gloves. Others are dying to mere shadows, killers avoiding attention by hiding in the masses. Some of the bug abusers likely teleport or hop worlds in an attempt to make the most of this once-in-a-lifetime chance, only to wipe the variable they accidentally smuggled out. Attending player moderators sound the alarm, with their silver crowns piercing through the chat box like a sword of light dispelling the dark. They warn players to run, report the bug abusers, and beg those same abusers to stop before it's too late. Others rush to the player moderator forums to open a direct line with Jagex, hoping to get in touch before these random killings turn into a full-fledged massacre. Meanwhile, at Jagex HQ, moderators Matt K, Mark R, and Murdoch make up the entirety of the community management team this evening. Having been working for just over 6 hours at this point, it wasn't long until they could finally head home, as their shift ended at 2 AM. But as the ones to deal with player moderators, they quickly noticed the reports coming in over their PMod emergency ticket system, all repeating the same warning about open world PvP.
You used to get them almost like every day or every week. You'd get something similar, which is like, oh my god, PvP's been enabled in this place. You better get there to see what's going on. So we used to get it all the time. So nobody took it seriously. And then we had about 2-3 more tickets come in. It's like, hang on a minute, we probably ought to go and have a look at this.
Mod Mark R and Mod Murdoch jumps in game, teleports to Remington, and quickly discovers that the reports are entirely real. Trying to do what they can to remedy the situation, they start warning players to run away and bank their items. Ironically, this just sends more players towards the hot zones of danger when they could have just logged out and been perfectly safe that way. But it was late at night, people were panicking. None of them were prepared for a situation like this, and it was likely just as chaotic in the office as it was in Remington. While Jagex managed to get some of the abusers, they're actually struggling to get them all. You know how you can't log out of the game until 10 seconds after combat? Turns out even Jagex couldn't get around that requirement. And so if someone attacks a player, and then just attacks someone else within 10 seconds of their last kill, they just can't be logged out. Sure, the moment they stop, they'll be slammed by their ban, but until then, they can just go as long as they want. The Remington mask cascades into a system of predators and prey, with those expelled with the attack buttons able to murder any other player in the game, and those without unable to attack back, stuck in a non-PvP zone, only able to watch as their health ticks down until they lose everything they're carrying. With 2 J-mods unable to do anything but watch as the chaos unfolds, those with items to lose run north to the nearest bank, hoping to deposit all of their items before they're forcibly stripped of them. Some players are quick to escape, but not without trouble along the way. One of the bug abusers, Jonathan 0, follows the crowd north to attack players attempting to get to safety. He gets no kills, and attempts his luck against an unsuspecting player doing a farm run. Inside Cursed U's house, however, the Construction King and his friends are completely unaware of the chaos they've caused outside. They're just chilling and enjoying the afterglow of their friend's achievement. However, a lot of the reports flooding in from the P-mods are name-dropping him and his party, so a scrambling staff team decided to lock his account just in case he's somehow enabling the bug.
We've got somebody in game who is causing a bug to be abused. The only way to get him to stop it is to get everybody out of his house. So we banned him. In order to stop it then and there, that's the only option you got. You can ban them or let them carry on. It's like, well, you ban them, kicks everybody from the house, and doesn't let them back in again.
So Cursed U is issued a ban. He is forcibly disconnected from the game, and his house immediately closes, with all of his friends forced outside into the masses. People are dying, P-mods are shouting, and even a couple J-mods are there trying to save the day. To call it a reality check is the understatement of the century. Cursed U is informed about the chaos over TeamSpeak, and does a cheeky little bit of ban evasion by hopping onto his real-world trading mule account, Hidden P-Hat, to check out the situation for himself. Duriel321, still in Remington, has spent the past minutes observing rather than abusing the bug. Though we know he attacked somebody in the town and discovered the variables still applied to him, it's likely he paused once the J-mods showed up. They clearly didn't know about him just yet, otherwise Duriel would have been just another ban in the Remington carnage. But Brian had always been a PKer. It's the whole reason he played the game, and he'd be given the ability to attack anyone, anywhere. There was no way he was ever going to resist taking the plunge. His TeamSpeak friends, who were fully up to date on what was going on from the perspective of Duriel himself, all encouraged him to keep going. But they had to be smart about it, and laid a plan to do as much damage as possible. He splits off from the crowd, also making his way north towards the nearest bank. But he's not here to deposit his valuables, he's here to bring them out. While running with the fleeing masses, he tells one of his TeamSpeak companions, P6 EMX60, to wait by the Falador bank so he can accept some items in a trade. By this time, Johnny 0 had also made his way to the Falador East Bank, still attacking players in the area. After finally getting a kill, he is attacked by a different player who also has the PvP variable still applied, RuneScape Go 1, who is much better geared to fight. Jonah teleports off to escape, simultaneously ending his minutes of attention in the spotlight. As Duriel arrives in the bank, RuneScape Go 1 pledges to protect the bystanding players from future killers. Little does he realize, the largest predator of them all is just a few squares away, getting ready to seize the moment all of his days in PvP had been building towards. While most players were still attacking random players in Remington, Duriel and his encouraging friends were ready to abuse the bug to its fullest potential. He knew the consequences. He knew he wouldn't make it out of this unpunished, but he knew this was his chance to go down in history as a legend. He heads out of the bank and enters a trade with his waiting friend. What items did he trade, you ask? Well, we're not sure. There's no way to know what was in his inventory. It's a pretty safe bet to assume that Duriel was offloading some of his most valuable items, fully expecting an incoming ban for his upcoming actions. But with both of them ending the trade with a thanks, it was time to make history. Brian and his TeamSpeak friends had laid an evil plan. While players had started to reach Falador to bank their items, no one had reached the neighboring towns. So, taking a leisurely stroll, Duriel made his way to the once named Ghost Town. If he'd tried to teleport with an Amulet of Glory, he'd have lost his PvP variable, something he didn't know about but avoided by sheer luck. If he'd tried to world hop in an attempt to tear down the busy hotspots of World 2, he would have also lost the variable. There were many opportunities during the night where Duriel could have easily come to an early end, and he just happened to avoid them all. And so, Duriel arrived in Edgeville with a rogue variable still primed. The unsuspecting players in Edgeville thought nothing of it. People go there all the time after all. No one could have expected that this was going to be a ghost town once more. With the element of surprise on his side, Duriel immediately started swinging at the players, targeting those bearing the most expensive items. PKers returning from the wilderness with hard-won spoils, Alkers barely paying attention to the game as they tore through their giant piles of items, and those displaying their obscene wealth through equipped items. As Duriel's spree is going on, his friends on TeamSpeak are calling people over to Edgeville for Duriel to slay. One of the unfortunate victims answering the call is Primo, a wealthy player carrying his beloved green party hat. Just seconds after he stepped foot inside Edgeville, Primo is dead. Brian is filled with adrenaline seeing the expensive paper hat appear on the ground before him, and equips the infamous green party hat that he'd wear as his spree continued. As the kills racked up, players started crowding around Duriel, wondering what was going on as the killings continued. Around this point, Duriel removed both a white and a yellow party hat from their previous owners. However, he was actually unable to pick up much loot for himself, as the greedy onlookers seized the opportunity to grab what they could, descending on party hats and high-level gear like the vultures that they were. Duriel knew a ban was incoming. He wasn't in it for the money. He couldn't be. It was a bloodlust driven entirely by an adrenaline rush, a lust for chaos. As fearful players fled Edgeville, they made west for Falador, hoping to get away.
How much for the Evo X?
Evo X? Let me check. Yeah. That one's max 20 for 989,000.
980?
989, yes.
Alright, I'll have a look at it.
No problem.
And eager to hunt down the rich and wealthy just within his grasp, Duriel gave chase. While Duriel had already torn up Edgeville and is making their way to Falador from the north, players in Remington finally heed the advice of the J-mods and make their way to Falador to bank their items, having seen all the bug abusers in the area start to disappear and believing the glitch to finally be over. Even Mod Mark R and Mod Murdoch fall for this misconception,
man. I was there when it happened.
Remington and believing it's all over. Rather than following the players to Falador, they log out, believing their job to be done. Fresh blood runs to Falador from the south, running straight north in hopes of finding safety. They slam into the refugees from Edgeville, with a one-man army hot in their trail. Remington may have found peace, but that's because the chaos had all gone north. And with a mass amount of targets congregating in Falador Square, and Duriel descending from the north, the stage is set for the greatest disaster RuneScape has ever seen. Anticipating what comes next, some bystanders fire up their recording software, not wanting to miss a second of what follows. And with players starting to drop like flies, more and more eyes are morbidly drawn to the madness. But those pale in comparison to the hundreds of thousands of eyes that would descend on the videos of the event over the years to come. Some of the most infamous RuneScape footage that has ever been uploaded to YouTube.
The first video I watched about the Falador Massacre was with the song Night. I believe it was Night Angel. I'm not sure. I know it was Nightwish. The song Planet of Hell on. I don't know. It's just something.
for 5 long minutes. The rampage races Falador to the ground. PMods beg for players to get away and bank their items, but people are enthralled by the history in the making, and the pleas go unheard. Friends message friends to come and see, and as word spreads around the game, more and more people descend on Falador to watch the bloodshed for themselves. Within the last hour, the 1,200 players on World 111 had reached its max capacity of 2,000, with several more queuing up to get in. Mere hours earlier, this had been Cursed Use Day. It was now entirely Duriel's, with a ferocious stack of people following him around, an unhinged collection of people egging him on, asking him to kill them or chanting Dur scared on repeat. After building up this army of followers and clearing Falador of targets, Duriel decides to head back to Edgeville to take down the sneaky players who thought they'd managed to evade him. With impending doom returning to the edge of the wilderness, PMods continue to beg for help on the forums. Someone, anyone at Jagex, we need you. Well, they did have Jagex at the scene. Having realized the problem had spread further than Remington, Mod Murdoch logged back in to try and solve the problem. If he could force Duriel from the game, they could slam the banhammer on him, but Duriel was unbannable as long as he stayed in combat, and high on the bloodlust from the bug, he wasn't going to let enough time pass between kills to leave combat mode. With a pool of targets around him, why wait 10 seconds when you could immediately kill someone else? So Murdoch went for the second best thing Jagex could do. That is, asking Duriel as kindly as possible to stop, please and thank you. If Jmod powers weren't going to save the day, maybe words would. Unsurprisingly, this didn't stop Duriel. However, Murdoch was hot on Duriel's trail. He had to slip up eventually. There was no way he could keep up the—
Did you see anything else?
Yeah, just how much is the CLS 63?
That one only has turbo Susan 20 for 271,000.
What about the AMG GT?
That one is max 20 for 489,000.
Oh, yeah. Alright. Well, I'll come back later, maybe.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, that's right.
The perfect murderous pace for hours on end. And sure enough, Duriel slipped up. GHJJF, who just so happened to be the leader of Cursed Use clan, DI, became Duriel's last target, barely surviving next to Barbarian Village. As Duriel heads dead north to Edgeville on the hunt for more victims, too much time passes before he manages to strike again. 10 seconds are quickly gone. Mod Murdoch slams the disconnect button and Duriel is ejected from the game, the almighty train coming to an immediate halt. Duriel hadn't been banned, however, only disconnected. Mod Murdoch were probably more concerned about getting the biggest predator offline before doing anything more complicated. Duriel immediately logs back in, but with the killer variable removed by the logout, his killing spree is done for good. Duriel's not stupid, he knows his time is up. So, with his last moments in Gielinor, he removes his green party hat and trades it to his longtime friend, Voodoo Legion. With his Harlequin prize in the hand of his trusted companion, Duriel turns to dust, disintegrating into nothing as he is disconnected once more, with a permanent ban applied to his account.
Hello?
Hello, I'm help you.
After about an hour of stress...
can I please get a quote on the 2 Dinker Nexuses and what the armor is on them? Please. The plates are 383 and 462.
The Dinka Nexus?
Yeah, the 2 ones with the 383 and 462 number plate.
Oh, the 462 number plate. The red one is max 20, no brakes for 253.
Yep. And
what was the other
383 one?
303.
It's like a cyan color.
We only got the Note 10 SX and the fucking loser plate.
Wait, so there isn't a grey Deacon Nexus 383? I swear I saw it in the stock.
Let me check. So we got 3 Dinka Nexuses. The 462 is the one I said, and then there's the other 2, which is F8 Fucking Loser and No 10 SX. What was the plate again? Maybe I could check.
383.
383.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah, I can't find a 383 in any of the plates.
I'm in leader right now, so there isn't one. Is there, I guess, like a tan Deacon Nexus you can see? Like a tanned one?
There is a cream, but that's with the Not an XX Max 20 with brakes for 242.
Okay. Are you able to pull that out so I can see?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is this one? That's why. It's that special plate, that extra.
Yeah.
That's not the actual plate if you inspect it.
I don't know how to inspect it.
Just T-muscle/inspect.
Oh, can you do that when you're in the car? Okay.
You can't do it when you're in the car anymore. You can only do it when you're out.
Yeah, I guess I'll get this.
Yeah, no problem. I invoiced you the amount then.
Yes. We try. Can you get out of tuners so I can get a mod back?
That's all yours. Enjoy.
Thank you. Are you also you able to avoid that?
Oh yeah, I could just ship it out.
Thank you. Yes.
Why does that go away? There's like something on the car, like that livery goes away. Something. I don't know. It's almost back out. I guess I'm making some sort of sales. Alright. I guess let's go ahead and go to Politers. Oops. Anyways.
Fear and death. The infamous massacre had seemingly come to an end. But the funny thing is, Duriel had managed to keep going for such a long time, simply because he ran to a different town entirely to begin with. By the time the reports of Duriel's rampage had made it to Jagex, the killings in Remington and southern Falador had already lasted for 20 to 30 minutes. The largest predator might have been taken down, but who knows how many other killers were still running around the game? Who knows what events haven't reached community management's ears? And who knows if it's not all about to happen again? The bug was still in the game. This was only the start of a very long night for Jagex. To say Night Shift were struggling was an understatement. One of the biggest sources of stress was to do with escalation. With no developers in the office overnight, there was no one on hand to fix the bug. Community management certainly couldn't do it. Do they hope for the best, cross their fingers that the bug doesn't become widespread with more offenders appearing and let it get fixed in the morning? Or do they nip it in the bud here and now? Well, by the time the British clocks got closer to 2 AM and the end of their shift, the call was finally made. They needed backup. Just 2 weeks prior, Andrew Gower had been the only person in the system who had permission to add hotfixes to address issues like this. But by sheer coincidence, Andrew had recently delegated this responsibility to a different employee, System Administrator Maud Slake. Slake had seized the opportunity with both hands and openly admitted that he would be more than willing to come in the moment an emergency needed him. Anyway, faced with his first emergency, Slake immediately called Andrew Gower in the middle of the night. Okay, that's a little mean to the guy. Slake was definitely up to the task and willing to do his part in stopping the problem. But while he had the permissions to deploy a hotfix, he didn't really have the technical know-how to confidently stop the glitch without breaking anything else in the process. He needed a developer's insight. Stirred at 2 AM, a tired Andrew Gower was bombarded with information about what had been happening in the game. Unprecedented problems, open world PvP, players dying in the streets. They needed someone at the office to come over and fix it immediately. Andrew, annoyed to be stirred by the very person he appointed to avoid this sort of thing, told them to deal with it themselves and gave them the number of the only other developer who had agreed to do emergency callouts. The man, the myth, the legend. Maud Ash.
The call began with, "Hi, is that Ash? Right, yeah, we understand you said you'd be willing to do some emergency call-out work. We've decided to go ahead with that plan. Frankly, I didn't actually know who it was. Didn't recognise the voice."
Ash, not recognizing the voice, was confused by the call, but agreed to come in regardless. Slake raced to Ash's house, picked up the developer and beelined to the office. With the right mind on the task, they quickly sussed out what was behind the bug. While they weren't sure how the PvP status had been smuggled out of the house, they knew it was the rogue variable that had caused the massacre. It was a bug that had existed since the release of Construction, but no one had known about it until this perfect storm. With the variable identified, it was easy to make a hotfix. Ash's hacky middle-of-the-night solution was to temporarily disable PvP in the entire game, meaning nobody could attack each other inside any POH or the wilderness until it was turned back on. He also thought to make the game just stop reading the house PvP variable completely, effectively disabling it for any players who still had it active. Without knowing how the variable was smuggled out, they simply didn't know if this was POH exclusive or if a player could do it all again by using a different source of PvP. With that done, they could fix it more elegantly in the morning. Ash just needed to make a quick check that there weren't any glaring problems in his code to ensure that it wouldn't cause a second major incident. All in all, Slake and Ash's work took them somewhere in the region of 2 hours, with the hotfix being deployed roughly around 4 AM UK time. As the party had started just after midnight, this gave a total of 4 hours from the start of the house party to the termination of the glitch. It had been a night of terror, a night of dread, a night of murder with countless bloodshed. But as Ash and Slake relaxed in their chairs, the 3 community managers now at home could enjoy a well-deserved rest. Because despite all the things the night had been, the night was finally over. Survivors of the massacre share their testimonies over all major RuneScape forums in the following hours. Long threads tell the tale of the terrors on World 111, calling it the Doomsday Massacre due to the coincidental date of 666. The rants forums are flooded by angry players demanding their items back. Chancers try to capitalize on the opportunity and also demand their items back, even if they didn't lose anything. Some of them weren't online for it at all. Screenshots circulate the forums. DI member SOP4, also known as Sinai, uploads his footage of the event to YouTube just hours after it ended. Although YouTube was still fresh at this point, so most people preferred to share the file's download link on RapidShare instead. Duriel himself replied to posts on RuneScape community, in later years known as the Zybes forums, explaining some of his perspective of the entire event. His appearance on such a popular forum made it rather easy for people to get in touch with him. Players started to reach out, wanting their items back, but Duriel was in no position to return them even if he wanted to. However, in a cruel twist of fate, Duriel checks in with Voodoo Legion a few hours later, asking for his green party hat back on a different account, only for Voodoo Legion to refuse, sever all ties with Duriel, and end their years-long friendship over some money in an online game. The legendary green party hat was sold just a few hours later, shamelessly swapped for a yellow party hat and a Santa hat, with Voodoo keeping the yellow for himself and gifting the Santa hat to a friend he clearly cared about more than Brian. Learning of the legendary figure at the heart of the massacre, a writer from Tippett called The Rat got in touch with Duriel through the RC forums about 3 hours after the massacre had ended. Requesting an interview, Duriel gleefully accepts, with a transcript of their conversation being posted in a Tippett forum thread titled The Falador Massacre, or the Falidor Massacre to be exact. This was the first time the event was referred to by this name, and due to the heavy traffic the site would see over the next few days, it quickly became the official name and the one that has stuck through all these years. Emerging from the ashes 3 hours after the massacre was Cursed You. Andrew Gower had eventually gotten up to check on what was going on, and upon looking at the bans for the night, noticed that Cursed You wasn't maliciously involved with the bug. There was no reason to keep him banned, so they left their law-abiding construction king back in to continue his RuneScape adventures. This didn't sit right with some of the staff, who despite agreeing that he had nothing to do with the bug, could see a range of alt accounts in Cursed You's possession with suspicious activity in the real-world trading market, but nothing enough to issue a ban, placing his account under surveillance going forward. The bug hadn't been properly fixed yet, mind you, but it was now close to the start of the workday in the UK, and all hands were on deck once more. It's an odd morning for the staff, as they're met by the garbage fire that started blazing overnight. The community outrage is at an all-time high. A horrific glitch is being held back by a patchwork fix, and they all slept through one of the most significant events in RuneScape history. With Jagex being made up mostly of young developers and fresh faces in the industry, it's an unusual and exciting day for them. They've never seen anything like this before. Regardless, they get to work on properly fixing the bug. Andrew Gower, upset that such an event happened in the first place, admonishes his team for not partaking in safer coding practices. During this conversation, he realizes that the in-house programming language, RuneScript, doesn't really have an easy way to check if a player is in a specific location or not. Sure, there are some hacky ways around it, but it leads to stuff like the 2 separate variables for house PvP, which led to the bug anyway. So Andrew just goes away and quickly codes up an entirely new system for the game to fix this. With the new code, it's now possible to check what instance a player is in alongside what coordinates they're standing on, and so the team ensures that all variables which enable PvP also check that the player is standing in the intended place. Wilderness PvP only works in the wilderness, house PvP only works in a house. You get the picture. Even if you smuggled these variables out somewhere, they wouldn't do anything since you weren't in the correct place. There would never be a disaster of this type or scale ever again. Additional fixes have been made over the years to ensure bugs of similar nature truly cannot happen. Though unrelated to the massacre, the PID system was changed in 2013 to now be in a random order rather than based on who had been online the longest, meaning bug abusers can no longer rely on their actions being prioritized in the system. Other bugs related to the POH and variables have also been fixed in later years, which all in all creates a stack of safety checks before you even touch the ground when you leave a player-owned house. Jagex has basically built a fortress of protection around the bug they couldn't identify for so many years. Having proved himself with his 11th hour 8, Slake gives Modash special permission to deploy hotfixes to the game without requiring a system admin such as Slake to push it through for him. While Mod Ash tends to get a lot of the credit for stopping the massacre, Slake was equally important in saving the day. After all, Slake was the admin on call. He was the one who drove to Ash's house and the office, and the one who pushed the hotfix through. Without him, there was nothing Ash could have done in this situation. But as a last, just as important major change, players could now be banned even if they're busy smacking down people in PvP. As for the people, Paul Gower took to the Rants forum with some terrible news for the players. Apologizing profusely to all of them, there was nothing they could do for the victims. The system wasn't able to perform a rollback at this time, returning everyone to their state just before the killings, and there was no way they would be able to issue item refunds, as Jagex did not keep a backup of that sort of data, and legitimate requests were being drowned out by a sea of people trying to get free stuff. No one would be getting anything back at all. Imagine permanently losing your best gear and not getting it back solely because some kids were trying to scam the system in wake of a huge tragedy. I know I'd be upset. The discussion on the days following the massacre saw people go back and forth between despising and supporting Duriel. Some players felt a rollback was the right solution, with this ban being reversed alongside it. I mean, who could resist such a tempting glitch? Everyone would go around and kill as many people as they could if given the chance, right? Others thought the ban was justified, given he had exploited one of the most serious bugs the game had ever seen, and knowingly went around murdering people to steal their expensive items. While Duriel was permanently gone from the game, Cursed You was back in business and enjoyed a reasonable status as an online celebrity following the massacre. Despite not taking part in it at all, his name was forever connected to it and everyone knew him. However, he was far from a golden child and received another mute just a few weeks later in July 2006, for reasons unrelated to the massacre. Even in the evidence report, you can see a player calling him a legend. Must have been a nice ego boost for the 16-year-old. Pride comes before the fall, however, and with Jagex actively monitoring his account, only 2 months passed after that fateful night before Cursed You pushed things too far. Or rather, I should say Cursed You, since it was Josh playing on Lincoln's account. While Lincoln was at school, Josh started to brag about real-world trading on the account, while also attempting to sell gold. The ensuing report alerted Jagex to Cursed You's long and shady history on the topic, and so the account was permanently banned for real-world trading on August 26, 2006. Despite being banned, Cursed You still stood his ground that what he did on his account was a solo mission, claiming what ultimately nailed his coffin was actions done by an intelligent account hijacker. With both Lincoln and Brian removed from the game, the story of the stars of the Falador massacre came to a swift close. Okay, that's not quite true. While the Duriel account was permanently banned, that didn't stop Brian from playing RuneScape. Duriel 321 was never to be let back into the game, with Andrew Gower even leaving a note on the account in the internal system saying it should never be unbanned. One of the only 4 known account notes he ever left in the system during his 10-year tenure at Jagex. But even if Duriel was gone, Brian did have other accounts to play on. Gifted as in Boy763 from a friend, Duriel was able to jump straight back into the game without having to start the long and monotonous grind from scratch. Jagex did also add a note to this account, connecting it to Duriel 321, but decided to let it slide since it wasn't breaking any rules. I mean, other than ban evasion and account trading, but hey, who's counting? His new account wasn't a well-kept secret either, sharing the username on a fan site he made for himself. Getting the status as an iconic player in the world's largest MMO at age 16 must have been awfully exciting for Brian. He continued to be a part of Evolution up until February 2008, when he attempted to join a new clan of dastardly villains and terrifying PKers, Reign of Terror. Duriel didn't last much longer, however, as he eventually quit the game sometime in 2009 and has not been an active player ever since, as far as we know. As for Jagex, they tried their best to avoid acknowledging the massacre for several years. After all, the incident was essentially a major case of bug abuse. It was a failing on their end, and to give it any credence would just be glorifying rule breaking and encouraging future offenders. But time heals all wounds, and those personally affected by the massacre moved on with their lives, either rebuilding their accounts or leaving the game for greener pastures. Avoiding the topic was the official stance right up until RuneFest 2014, at which point Jagex decided to start talking about it in preparation for the RuneScape documentary. It was still something of an awkward topic though. With the rise of mass shootings over the years, as Jagex started to bring it up, they had to make sure they never glorified it. Staff members who had dealt with active shooter incidents in real life never found Falador Massacre jokes to be funny, so they knew how sore it could be for some community members. But still, it's one of the most significant cultural events in RuneScape history. People who've never touched the game have heard of it. Whether you like it or not, it left a permanent mark on the game right in the middle of its golden years. In 2016, on the 10-year anniversary, Jagex decided to fully commit to acknowledging the incident by adding an in-game event that recreated Cursed You's infamous house party, followed by a giant Duriel 3-2-1 mini-boss that players could fight together.
Mini-boss.
Even Old School held an anniversary event, opening up a temporary World 666, where players could engage in open-world PvP in Falador without it affecting their accounts on the regular worlds. Jagex even added a new song, Massacre, to play on this temporary world, bearing a striking resemblance to Nightwish's Planet Hell, but in the OSRS sound font. As Planet Hell was the background song for the most well-known YouTube footage of the massacre, many players associated with the event, and to this day, all the top comments on the YouTube upload of the song are about RuneScape. Jagex also outsourced a gaming company to create a simple game for Facebook titled The Falador Massacre. Described as a top-down view of Falador as it appears in Old School, you'd have 3 minutes playing as Duriel 3-2-1 to get as many kills as possible. NPCs posing as players would pop in from all directions wearing different items, awarding a variety of points depending on the item. Unfortunately, Facebook wasn't too fond of releasing a game holding the word massacre, and thus was rejected and never released. In the years after Duriel left the game, his details were somehow shared online, likely as a result of one of the many leaks of the Zybes forum database, allowing imposters to log on and pretend that they were the PKing legend in disguise. This tricked various content creators into making videos about them, some of which have since been taken down. Many streamers have also claimed that they were actually Duriel 3-2-1 returning to the game, but these were all fakers trying to use the name to boost their audience. Cursed You also eventually returned from the Land of the Dead, sneaking back into RuneScape under the inconspicuous name Cursed You. See, 2 S's, it's totally a different guy. I bet the second S stands for secret. Anyway, he streamed consistently for about a year, uploading several YouTube videos during this time, releasing some never-before-seen screenshots from the construction grind. He got in touch with the Jagex moderators and some content creators, sharing his stories before fading away once more, joining Brian in the greener pastures that lie in the world outside of online gaming. Wherever the two of them may be now, they leave behind a legacy that will forever be a part of RuneScape history, gaming history, and all of the players that were there on that fateful day.
Every time I come in here, you're just grinding. Did you do anything more exciting? Honestly, Anro, I'm just chilling, you know, just chilling and grinding. Sometimes I do other stuff. Do you have tens of millions of dollars? I mean, sometimes I stream my stash on Raven. Sometimes. People have seen it. Especially my other stash. Somewhere. But yeah, I like to just grind, honestly. Grind, and then I stream to talk, and whoever wants to tune in, you know? Whichever. I'm just chilling because it's been a hard week for me. Been busy in Vice, 10-hour shifts. I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm poor. Look at my bank account. It's only 133,000. I mean, someone can pretend. Maybe I could roleplay as being a tens of millionaire. No, I'm kidding, but yeah. Oh, man. Oh, this character. Yeah, this character has like tens of millions of 133,000 in her bank. Oh, man. I'm just like watching like videos about RuneScape. Well, not always RuneScape, but I'm just doing some RuneScape because I kind of miss it. I used to play RuneScape a lot. Remember, good times, good times. I even have a journal based on my RuneScape adventures. I don't know, my other characters? Not really. Maybe if you stay around, maybe you'll find out, you know, when I'm going through my stuff. Right? RuneScape was the shit. I remember in it beat World of Warcraft in the Guinness Book of Records as being the most popular freebie game. No, honestly, okay. So Raven did a bank long. That was like 3.5 years ago. She did a bank. I'm not really into doing banks. Not gonna lie. Like there are people that like doing banks and criminal stuff and gang stuff. Me, I just like to do the business side of things. So I have every character in the business area. People usually tune in because they know I'm a Danny Magnet, or they want to know what's happening in the early hours of FDG. Like, they just tune in to, you know, to check out what's going on in FDG, regardless of who is streaming. Some people do stream those things, though. And like I always say, you know, if you're not into, like, what I'm doing, I mean, you could go ahead and, you know, see others who are streaming more exciting stuff. The reason why I stream is not just to, you know, I'm just here to chill and stream. I could have decided, like, you know, normie crim activities. Yeah, so everybody does their own thing. I tend to do a lot of business side of things in the city. So a lot of people that come in would question me like, oh, how long, like, what are the perks of each job? Or, you know, those type of questions. How long do apps take? Oh, how do you do this? You know, those type of questions. Of course, if it comes to car prices, you better come in and greet me in person and ask me about that there, because that's like find out IC type of shit. But yeah. Besides, I would have been doing this regardless. I would have like not streamed at all like I did the past 2 days. Just grinding it out. But yeah, I mean, just grinding and watching something and then talking about certain topics. That's how I like to roll things at the moment. I mean, I used to, most common phrase of 5M streamers ever. that's true. It's true. But yeah, like sometimes something will happen and something will always happen. But right now, I'm surprised it's actually pretty quiet. So, it's pretty quiet. It's kind of sus, but it is. But yeah, I like to chat about certain topics, you know, it doesn't, like, with the exciting, like, do something exciting, like, I've had people tell me about that, like, certain viewers that come in for the first time that don't know how I stream. Like, I stream in a very chill, let's do the business, see who's, you know, a lot of people tune in usually to see who comes in, if they know that person, what Danny is there today. And other things. I think the most exciting, Danny, and do that too. Their favorite little Danny emote when a Danny comes in. But honestly, like, I think the last time I did, you know, I remember the first days of me streaming, and that was when I was like dicking it out with PUBG Mobile. I was the first North American triple conqueror in season 2 and season 5. I'm the one that inspired a lot of people to go triple conquerors too. That was so funny. But I was the first. I was the first. Season 2 or season 3? Yeah, it was season 2. Season 1 I tried, but I wasn't able to get solo. Yes, I am from the US of A. I live in Nevada. And that's why I'm in so early. That's because I'm born California, raised in England when my dad joined the Air Force. When my dad joined the Air Force, by the time I was like almost 2, we flew off to England, and I even spent some time in Germany as well. My schooling was in the Philippines, so, and marunong ako mag-Tagalog, I know Filipino. And yeah, and now I'm in the States. It's funny because my brother is American, but he was born in England on US soil. Because he was born on US soil, the Air Force Base, he was considered an American citizen instead of British. And he's what? He's 30 now. He's 30 years old. An American that has never set foot in America. How crazy is that? I think that's crazy. But he did visit me on my birthday last year. And came to the States for the first time. Yeah, first time came to the States, and I'm like, bro, how does it feel to be an American that's never set on US soil until today? Right? 30 years. 30 years. He was born out of the States, but is an American because he was born on US soil. And only now, yeah, he recently just visited. I was like, dude, hello. Let me help you.
Hi there.
This guy drives a car with his helmet.
I want to sell my BMW and then probably buy a new car.
Alrighty, let me check it out. Holy. Alright, so this is the M3E36. M3. Let me just appraise the performance, engine, trans only.
Yeah.
You're looking at only getting 298.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, fuck it. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Page up, sell vehicle, Estella, bank number on a note, please. Jeffrey. It's red. Alrighty, just a moment as I grab your funds, alright? Oh, me? Well, I'm older than my brother by 4 years, so I'm 34 right now. Almost in my mid-30s by October. Holy. Mid-30s. Holy. Alright, there we go. Really? Dude, my brother... Oh, is that the bank number? Alright.
Yeah.
Let me just
No,
get this guy
I didn't
sorted.
say there was no one here. I said there might not be.
Transfer. 298. There you go.
Thank you. I'll have a look at your catalog.
Yeah, no problem. So, yeah, my brother is 30 right now, and he is literally beating me at everything right now. Like, he is beating me at everything in life right now. He's getting married this year. Like, dude, really? He's getting married this year. So, oh yeah, that's what I was gonna mention. For around May, I think end of May, I'm going to be leaving for 3 weeks. Wait, actually, 2 weeks. 2 weeks in Saipan, where he is at the moment, and then probably, hopefully, 1 week at home. Like, I'll be grinding my ass off at home, maybe, who knows, you know? But yeah, I'll be, at least 3 weeks is what the talk was, but 2 weeks only in Saipan. Yeah, 2 weeks Saipan, 1 week at my house, like here in the States, chilling before I have to freaking go back to work again. Work is so busy. Like, it is so busy. To me, it's busy because I'm the only one that does produce at my job. like I'm the only the main produce person. But yeah, I'm 34 right now. And yeah, I've always been interested in like, so I played RuneScape 2002, 2010. By 2011, 2010, 2011, I played Small Worlds. It's this little game that they had that you could create like, I don't know, rooms, make missions. And I made a mission of my own with the beginning room, which was pretty cool. A lot of people loved the story. Like it was about Raven, the castle of Raven, and the spirit that resides in it or something like that. But yeah, a lot of people liked the story. I was super into the storytelling back then, and drawing was one of my main things as well back then. And then by 2011 I went, my dad decided to get me and my brother, we went to Guam. In Guam, that's where my dad was like, you got 3 months to get a job, get a place, and get out. Or go back to the Philippines. So I was like, okay. And I stayed on Guam for 7 years. I don't know why I stayed that long on Guam. I mean, I don't know actually. I just worked. I lived. Honestly, I could have saved money to go to the States a long time ago. I don't know why it took me 7 years. Oh, it's probably because I'm afraid of moving countries without a reliable person or family member that was. Yes.
I just want. Can you just check the prices on a few of the cars for me?
Yeah, which cars?
First one, that one R34 in there.
Sorry, 34. That one only has turbo on it. It's going for 412,000.
And the S15, I think it was, I don't know, whichever one is better.
S15, max 20. Both are going for 435.
And just that one Supra in there as well.
Supra. Yeah, we got one Supra that only has suspension going for 504,000.
Awesome. Thank you. I'll be back. I'm just gonna go to CMG for a bit.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry. What you on?
But yeah, so honestly, I don't know why I spent 7 years in Guam. I guess it's because as soon as I got my first job, basically the job I have now is actually my second job ever. In Guam was my first job, and I spent 7 years working my butt off. Working my butt off in that job, and I did become supervisor, lead trainer, and all that. But being in Guam, like, the wages were so much lower, but the rents were actually pretty low as well. It was pretty much like, I don't know, it was like, I don't know. Honestly, I guess it is what it is. And I only had a phone. I didn't have a PC back then. I don't know why I never got one, but I just didn't. I did have a laptop, which I decided to play on a game called V until they shut down. It was like an experimental game. It's pretty cool, actually. It was the first game I ever played that had voice in it. Like, you could speak with your voice in the game. And it was just a mysterious island. And then everyone left. And then what else did I do? Yeah, so I did PUBG Mobile when I was in Guam, and I was not only working full time, I was also working on my PUBG Mobile ranks. And then I started streaming with my mobile phone. That's when I started streaming officially, is on my mobile phone. And that's also how I got hacked. My account got hacked. Because my notifications were stupidly on and I didn't know. Yeah, I was so dumb, honestly. Such a dummy. But yeah, after 7 years, my uncle finally asked, you know, why not come to the States? And that's how it started. I still didn't have a PC back then in 2018. Yeah. Was it 2018? Yeah. Yeah, it was like 2018, early 2018s. I finally did get a PC when I had to double job. Because I was the only one providing to pay the bills. Bro, yeah. So I got my PC at what? 30? When I was 30? I think 30. Yeah, I was 30. Or almost 30. Or early 30. Yeah, around 30. So I only got a PC when I started 2 jobs. 2 jobs I started for a year. I did a double job to pay all the bills that I could because I was the only one that was paying for bills and it was so stressful. It was so stressful, but I pulled through. I did not want to be homeless. And I got enough money to, you know. Oh yeah, PlayStation. I played PlayStation 1 when I was in my teens. That was when I was still going to school. We had a PlayStation 1. PlayStation. I played all the Final Fantasy games. I wasn't really into the online scene much. But I did play RuneScape. I had a lot of friends there. But as for people like doing YouTube back then, dude. Honestly, I wish I had kept my old gaming systems. I had the original Sony game, like the gaming set. Or the first PlayStation. You know how much that sells for an antique now? Like, there's a lot of things that I wish I would have kept. Oh. Anyways. But yeah. And now we're here. Now we're here. Oh, Nintendo. Those. Oh, I remember playing Nintendo. I remember my brother and I would fight. Me and my bro would fight over who would play because our parents just, you know, they just bought one. They just bought one, and of course one or the other would get jealous, me and my bro. We would fight who would play on it, you know? It's like, my turn, my turn! I remember when Tamagotchis were popular. Oh my god, it was basically the only thing that I can convince to have a pet. Instead of an actual pet, Tamagotchi was the pet. My brother had the Pikachu one where you had to, it was also it would measure your steps the more you walked. Yeah. So Pikachu, you could feed him and all that. But when you're walking, he walks with you and would like accumulate points. And with those points, you could actually use that to play slots. There was like a slot machine in that little thing. It was so funny. My mom got addicted actually. She got addicted to the slot machine in that freaking Tamagotchi. So funny. Ugh. Remember the days. Addiction is real. That is true. Just like I'm addicted to being on FDG. I do not know, like, I come in every day to relax. I'm sure I'll get through it for the 2 weeks I'll be gone. Fudge cake. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, there should be a lot to do on the island. Oh, but it's such a tiny island. Oh. My brother will be there. As well as, yeah. Oh, they got a pet cat and a dog. I might have fun with those little cuties. Oh, my package got delivered. I'll be right back, alright? Be right back. So, yeah, to get that package. Alright, so it looks like my water bottle came. It's actually pretty nice. Let me picture. I like the color. It's actually my color. It's actually my color. It even has the alrighty. But yeah, I finally got the delivery of my bottled water. I could show you. It's kind of like water bottle with time stamp or time markers. Yeah, it's like this. Yeah, this one. Oh shit. No, I didn't want to play that. Oh my god. Like this. Ooh, it does show. Yeah, like that. I got this one. Except that's not the color. I got a yellow and pink one instead. Pretty nice. I think it was this one. Or I think it was this one. Actually? Yeah, it was this one. I can't show. Yeah, this is the one I got. Oh yeah. Yeah, I got this color. Try and hydrate myself more, you know? Keep chugging. Remember your goal. Don't give up. It's pretty nice. I really like it. It looks really nice. Even has a strap. But yeah, I do need to drink a lot more water. Which this will be my thing. Oh, and I'm pretty much used to like. That's funny. I'm like used to making quarters. Like I'm addicted to quarters and timestamps, so this will help me a lot. Anyways, back to the massacre.
Thank you all so much for watching this deep dive into RuneScape's most famous bug of all time. It's kind of funny thinking that, even after all these years, we never fixed the actual bug that caused the massacre. They only added workarounds to stop it happening again. Far down in the code, that bug is still there, and honestly might always be there inside RuneScape for the rest of its life. If that isn't a poetic metaphor for the legacy of the massacre, I don't know what is. Anyway, I really hope you've all enjoyed this video. Until next time, my name is Willamicit, and I'll see you all later.
Anyways, Mr. Bollins, new
Today,
video.
we're going to look at 3 places you can't go and people who went there anyways. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please sneak in to the like button's house in the middle of the night and burn several bags of microwave popcorn. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories.
Digging sounds.
On February 15th, 2004, 2 police officers drove down a quiet street in a little English village called Murrow, and they pulled over in front of this little brick bungalow. Earlier that day, a neighbor who lived on the street had called the police to report hearing a strange digging sound coming from inside of this bungalow. And so these officers had been sent out to see what the sound was and make sure the occupants of this home were okay. Now, these 2 officers were not particularly worried about the occupants of this house. They assumed that some wild animal must have snuck in while the owners were away.
Oh, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm alright, thank you.
Yeah, he's a bit stupid in the head.
He's just excited.
I guess so.
Dude. Like, we're here, Daddy. Then jumps out of the vehicle. Okay, is there in there?
And that was all this was. But as they would quickly learn, that was not the case. After climbing out of their car, the two officers just stopped and listened for a second to see if they could hear this digging sound, but the bungalow was quiet. The street was quiet, and so the two officers shut their car doors and made their way up to the front porch of this bungalow and knocked on the front door. After a few moments, when nobody answered, one of the officers reached down and tried the handle and found it was unlocked. And so he opened the door just a crack and he called out through this opening in the door into the bungalow saying, "Hey, you know, it's police, we're here to check on you." But when no one called back to them, the officer opened the door the rest of the way, and immediately both officers saw there was a huge problem inside of this house. The entire first floor was flooded with several inches of water, and they could hear from somewhere in the back of the property the sound of running water. And so again, both officers called out into this house to try to get the attention of anyone who might be inside. And when again they were met with silence, the officers walked into the flooded house and began walking straight back towards this running water sound. And eventually, after walking through the living room, they entered this hallway that went right to the back of the property. And as soon as they were in it, they could see there was an open door at the end of the hallway on the left. And it seemed like the running water sound was coming out of that room. And so the two officers, one by one, sloshed down this hallway to this room. They turned left, looked inside, and what they saw completely shocked them and immediately sprung them into action. 2 months before these officers came to this bungalow and found it flooded with water, the owner of this bungalow, 51-year-old Ronald McClagish, had broken up with his girlfriend. And this breakup was really hard on Ronald. He was already divorced. He was totally
Excuse
broke.
me, ma'am.
He had loads of health issues.
Hello, I'm help you.
I want to get a price check on my BMW.
Okay, let me check. White body M4. Engine process travel 20. You're looking at getting 1,089,000.
Oh, good, ma'am. Let me be back to you.
Got the door for you.
Thank you.
Do you like my new car?
Which one?
The 720S.
Oh yeah, 720S is a good car.
I upgraded because I was like, I made my quota plus an extra 7, so I had enough money for it.
Nice.
I'm quite happy. There wasn't too much action happening. It looks pretty busy here.
Not really. It's been people coming in, then going out instantly, then driving off.
Yeah, I feel ya. Yeah, I didn't see one person for 2 hours before. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's still pretty early. You'll probably see a lot more later on.
Yeah, about 5, 6.
Probably, yeah. That's when
Easy.
I'm gunsies, so.
Yeah, I feel ya. Alright, well, enjoy. I'll chat to you a bit later on.
You have a good
See ya.
one. Oh, shit. That's my best. Hello.
Is there a way you can see how fast the car goes, like the max speed on it, or?
No, but you can test drive it.
Could I test drive the grey Hoarding Club Sport?
There you go. There you go.
Oh, shit, thank you.
Issues like bad asthma, he had some liver issues, and just generally he was someone who was kind of physically
He just had a lot of
frail.
issues.
And so this girlfriend had been one of the very few good things in his life, and now she was gone and he was alone again. And so very quickly after this breakup, Ronald fell into a very dark depression. And so for 6 weeks after they broke up, Ronald, for the most part, just stayed in bed and kind of moped around his bungalow, kind of feeling bad for himself. But then finally, at the end of...
Hello.
Hello.
Help you.
I was gonna sell my 34 out there.
Okay. Let me just put this car away first.
Alright.
Let me check. There's everything else. So turbotrans, engine brakes, and 20. No sus. Our offer is 431,000.
Alrighty, yeah, I'll do that.
No problem. Page up, so vehicle Estella. Copy paste bank number on no.
Yeah, alrighty, I'll do that right now.
Skip.
There you go.
Let me just grab your funds, alright?
Alrighty.
$431. See your bank number?
Yeah, it's on a note on the ground.
There you go.
Alrighty, enjoy your day.
You too. It is red and need help on something?
Yeah, I was just wondering if I could sell that.
Okay,
The
let's check.
GTS one. Next 20.
The offer will be 355.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. Alrighty. Page up, so vehicle is stolen and your bank number on a note.
There you go.
Alrighty, let me grab those funds.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Okay, I was just wondering, do you guys buy the Dinka Nexus?
Let me check if we have. Just get this done. Are we able to take in one more? Is it max 20 as well?
Yep.
We'd be looking at getting 217 for it.
Okay, I'll be back.
Yeah, no problem. Be right with you. Please check his book, by the way. Ooh, patch kit. Alright, how may I help you?
I just wanted to see how much you guys would offer to buy this for me.
Oh my, an R1. Check.
Jeez.
Is this an R1? No, right? Oh, the BMW RR. Jesus. With the color, it almost deceived me. It's actually a BMW RR.
Sorry?
No, I almost, from an angle, it looked like the R1. It's actually a BMW RR.
Yeah, it says in the blue.
Engine, brakes, trans, turbo 20. You're looking at getting 312.
Is that the best you can do?
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Yeah, no problem. This is the Dinka.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it has everything actually.
And to be fair, I think I bought it for 100k.
So the turbo trans engine comes with brakes actually. It's 219. It'll be the final appraisal.
Yep. So good. There you go.
We could grab the funds, and if you could just redo your bank on a note as well, just to be safe. So, where's all this hard-earned cash going?
No idea.
Please no casino.
Yeah, it's good for a few cards. I don't know, cars just don't drive, I guess.
True. There you go.
Thank you.
Good one. Oh. Love some stuff. Oh. was the stuff on this? Spectre. 69. Submit that. We just saw the Dinker Nexus too. Want to buy Cara. Yo, Jesse, look, someone needs a haze worker. That heat. Okay. Oh, whoops.
Of those first 6 weeks after the breakup, Ronald decided he wanted to get his life back together and just move on. So, on February 1st, 2004, so roughly 2 weeks before those two officers would come to his bungalow because of this digging sound, Ronald would wake up feeling determined to start anew. And the first thing he was going to do was purge his bungalow of anything that was his ex-girlfriend's. She left a lot of things behind when they broke up. She had not collected them. And so now they were just kind of sources of pain. And where most of her stuff was inside of Ronald's bungalow was in this closet
to
in
the
one
shops,
of the bedrooms at the end of the hall. So that morning, Ronald headed down the hall. He turned left into the bedroom. He opened up the closet. He went inside, and with a trash bag in hand, he began rifling through everything in this closet, and anything that was hers, he would take it and put it right into the trash bag. And at some point, when Ronald was almost done pulling the last few things of his girlfriend's out and into the trash bag, from behind him, he heard this strange sound coming from the bedroom. It sounded like wood bending or creaking, but before he could turn around to see what the sound was, the door to the closet he was in slammed shut with incredible force, and suddenly Ronald was trapped inside of this closet in total darkness. Now, Ronald was likely shocked at first, but he would have reached and tried for the handle and found that no matter what he did, he could not open this closet again. And so Ronald began screaming for help and pounding on the door, but nobody came to help him. The closet that Ronald was in was fairly tall, but it was only 2 feet wide by about 2 feet deep, which meant Ronald could only stand inside of this closet. He couldn't sit down, he couldn't bend down, he literally was trapped standing. And Ronald didn't have water, he didn't have food, he knew that no one was going to be checking on him anytime soon, and even though his bungalow was kind of small and shabby, it was built out of brick, and so the likelihood that his calls for help were penetrating outside,
dude, he didn't have a phone on him? I would never leave
and that they would
around
come in
without
and
my
rescue
phone.
him was pretty slim. And so at some point that evening, Ronald realized he needed to do something different if he was going to get out of this closet. And so above him were a series of pipes across the ceiling, and so he reached up and he grabbed one of them and he broke it off. He was likely thinking that with this pipe, maybe he can burrow a hole in the wall and crawl through to another room, or maybe he can punch a hole in the door and somehow unlock it, or at a minimum, with the metal pipe, smashing it against the wall or the door would be
did that
louder
guy
than
die
any
though?
noise he could make by yelling.
That's what we're gonna
However,
find out.
the second he broke that pipe off the ceiling, something horrible happened. The
Ugh.
pipe he broke was a water pipe. And as soon as it was
Ugh.
broken, icy cold water began pouring down
No.
directly on top of Ronald's head and face. And again, because he can only stand basically in the middle of this closet, he couldn't
going
get out
to
of
drown.
the way of this water. It was like he was under a waterfall and couldn't go anywhere. And so he likely tried to ignore the water and tried to use the pipe and screamed and do anything he could to get someone to know he was in here, but no one could hear him. And so it was like he was being tortured with this freezing water, and he's in this tight claustrophobic space. It's total darkness, and he's totally panicking. And for days and days, that would be Ronald's nightmarish reality. But despite how terrible his circumstances were, Ronald continued to use that pipe to both smash the walls to make loud sounds. He also began burrowing into the walls, trying to make a hole. But Ronald was getting weaker and weaker. He became very sick. And also, because the water was constantly
look at all
hitting
my
his head and
emojis.
face, his skin
They're just
got
going
so
cray-cray.
saturated that literally his skin started
Look at all
falling
my
off. It basically
emojis.
opened up into these sores and began to sag, and the water just began brushing his skin off. And so finally, after about a week of being trapped in this closet
Oh my
in
God.
these terrible conditions,
That
Ronald
is so
realized
bad.
help was not going to come in time. And so he put his pipe down, he kind of slumped up against the wall, and then closed his eyes. Ronald's neighbor, who
Wow.
called the police, actually did hear Ronald using that pipe to try to dig a hole in his wall, and she heard Ronald smashing the pipe on his door, and she must have heard
Damn.
muffled shrieks and yells, but she didn't know what they were and kind of just decided it wasn't her business. But when Ronald's house went from all these strange sounds to silence, that was when she called the police and said, hey, I had heard some digging sounds coming from the bungalow, and now I don't. And so when those two police officers arrived,
So she
at
only called the
Ronald's bungalow,
police after
they
not
went
hearing the
inside, they went down the
sounds.
hallway, they went into the
Dude.
bedroom where Ronald had gone, and they saw this huge wardrobe, which is a big wooden piece of furniture, toppled over right in front of the closet. And at the bottom of the closet, they saw two human feet protruding from underneath that little space at the bottom of the closet. Those feet belonged to Ronald. He had managed to force his feet underneath the closet, but of course, he could not have fit underneath the closet door. And so the two
shit.
police officers rushed over, and together, they barely were able to get this wardrobe off of the closet door.
How
And
did
when
the
they opened
wardrobe
door
fall?
up, Ronald was in there, he was deceased, his body was still in a standing position, kind of rigid and propped up against the wall, and freezing water
That
was
is
still
so-
pouring down onto his head. It
That
would
is
turn out
so
no one
unfortunate.
had intentionally trapped Ronald. Instead, his wardrobe was just unstable, and it happened to topple over at the worst possible moment.
That is so bad luck. That's bad luck. That's like Final Destination, my guy.
An 18-year-old
Final
named
Destination
Thomas
shit.
Peddler told his mother that he was going out for a bit, but he'd be back in time for turkey that afternoon, and then he grabbed his jacket and his coat, and he headed out the door. Thomas lived in a very working-class neighborhood in San Francisco, California, where, generally speaking, nothing big really ever happened. It was kind of a place where people just worked, and that was it. But on this day,
Benson
something
for
huge
50K.
was happening in Thomas's neighborhood. The big football game between Stanford University and the University of California was taking place at the stadium in Thomas's district, and they were expecting over 20,000 people to cram into this stadium. And so Thomas was not about to miss this incredible spectacle, even though he didn't have enough money to buy a ticket. But he knew he would find a way to watch this game. And so Thomas leaves his house and he runs to the stadium, which was not far from his house, and he waited in front of the front gate where all these people are streaming in to go
But
into
anyways,
the stadium.
how is
And around
everyone?
11 a.m.,
I bet
Thomas's
you y'all
very
are
close
just
friend, Charles,
scavenging
who was also
or
a young
pelting
man,
somewhere.
made his way to the front gate. The two met up, and at first, their plan was to try to sneak in with the horde of
Me,
people
I'm just
that
waiting
were
at this
making their way into the
business,
stadium.
keeping it open.
But even though they were still hours away from the opening kickoff of this big game, it was at 2:30 p.m., the stadium was packed. I mean, there was nowhere to sit, there was nowhere to stand. People that had tickets who were going in are looking around thinking, where are we going to watch this game? And so Thomas and Charles are kind of like, well, what's the point of sneaking in if there's nowhere to watch? And so they decided, okay, we need to find another way to watch this game. And so they began looking around, and they noticed there was a huge fence that lined the perimeter of this stadium. And they saw there was some people kind of climbed up on this fence trying to get a view down onto the field. And pretty quickly, when Thomas and Charles decided they would try to do that too, they saw that all the good spots on this fence were already taken. The spots that were open provided no view onto the field. And so that option as well didn't work. And so Thomas and Charles are frustrated. They're starting to worry that they will not see this big game. But when they walked back over to the front gates of the stadium, they happened to notice across the street was this group of people rushing over to this big white brick factory building. And they were literally placing ladders up against the sides of this building and beginning to climb up it. I mean, this is a 5-story building, and they are just basically free climbing the windows and the fire escapes. And Thomas and Charles realized that the top of this factory was flat and provided a perfect view down onto the field. And so all these people, they're trying to get a good seat to watch this game. And so without any hesitation, Thomas and Charles decide they're going to do that too. So they left the stadium, they ran across the street, and they began climbing up the ladders and climbing the windows and the fire escapes until finally they made it onto the roof, 55 feet off the ground. And when they got up there, there wasn't that many people. And so Thomas and Charles were able to run right over to the front edge of this building and claim a spot with an absolutely perfect view of the game. A couple of hours later, at 2:30 p.m., when the game actually started, the rooftop that Thomas and Charles were on was now completely packed with people. Hundreds of people
will collapse,
have climbed
I
up
bet you.
onto this factory. There were some factory workers down below telling people, do not do this. Do not climb on top of this factory. It's not safe. But nobody listened to them, and the police either didn't notice this was happening or they didn't care. And so there's all these people that are on this roof, they're all super excited, and the game has begun, it's 2:30, and as soon as the game started, it was like the crowd in the stadium, which could be heard very easily from this rooftop, just kind of erupted, and there were all these bands playing in the stadium. I mean, it was chaos down below, and it really caught on the roof. All these guys, including Thomas and Charles, they're getting amped about this game, they're singing, they're chanting, they're screaming, they're yelling. I mean, it's total chaos. And Thomas and Charles loved it. But about 20 minutes into the game, as Thomas and Charles are enjoying themselves and the crowd is still going wild, a dull cracking sound could be heard coming from one side of this roof. And so Thomas and Charles, they kind of spun around to see where this cracking sound had come from. And when they began looking out across the sea of people, they noticed on the far side of the roof where the sound had kind of come from, they could see people scrambling to get off the roof. But before Thomas and Charles and the other people around them who were watching this happening could figure out what was going on, there was a much louder cracking sound, and suddenly the floor underneath Thomas, Charles, and everybody else collapsed. And immediately, people on this roof fell all the way to the bottom of this factory, 55 feet below. There weren't loads of floors inside of this factory. Instead, it was basically just one big building, 55 feet high, that housed this brick structure right in the center of the factory. It was almost as tall as the entire factory. It was almost like
How are you?
Hello, good.
Have you got any Hellcats for sale?
I'm sorry?
Have you got any Hellcats for sale?
Dodge Chargers?
Sorry, that would be that. The Hellcats, have you got any for sale?
No, we don't got any Dodge Chargers here.
All good, thank you.
Where'd he come from? Where'd they come from? Did you need help with something?
Yeah, I was wondering if I could take a car out for a test drive.
Yeah, which one?
The Sultan RSV8.
Alright, just a moment.
Alright.
Oh, which Sultan are we? Did you want to try out max 20 or max 100?
Just a max 20.
Oh, I found the cheapest one. Yeah. That one. That's only 188,000.
Oh.
The rest are more high priced because we probably bought them like before they went down.
Oh yeah, alrighty.
Yeah.
Well.
You want to
What
try it?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I test drive the green Nissan 350Z, please?
Sorry.
It's okay, it's okay.
350Z.
Yeah.
I'm literally stunching like. Okay, well. 350Z. Yeah. You said the green one, right?
Yes, please.
There you go. Sure.
The factory was a shell around this brick smaller structure right in the middle that was like 40 feet tall. And so after the ceiling collapses, Thomas, he falls, but miraculously, he lands on a wooden beam that stretched across the entire factory, like a support beam, and he grabbed onto it, saving himself.
Oh, he got lucky. Anything else?
I'm just gonna have a look at another couple cars real quick.
Yeah, that's no problem. Oh, that guy's back. Alrighty. I got so lucky.
Alrighty, I'm back.
Yeah.
I'm looking at another test drive on the Comet RC.
There you go.
Alright, thank you. I'm gonna be test driving a lot.
Okay. Hey, Joe.
Can I just get a price check on your BMW M4s?
The M4, let me check. M4. Hey, Jelenar. There's new Mr. Bullen shows. So the M4 max 20 is 823, while the other two is max 100 for 1 mil 181.
Jeez. Alright, can I just have a test drive of the Chevy Napalm? I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Sure. Just, There you go.
Thank you.
From falling all the way down, and so Thomas, he only fell maybe 5 feet, so he was okay, but he didn't have a great grip on this beam. He was holding on, but just barely. And so Thomas, he turns and he's looking around at what's happened below him, and he's hearing people screaming, and he's hearing the sounds of people running around
Yeah,
trying
the
to
car
help
disappeared.
those who have hit the ground on the bottom.
It's probably because you took out another car.
Oh, probably. Did you just finish or?
I was in the parking lot just driving around, and then it just randomly.
Okay. Did you want to bring it out again?
Nah, so good. I'll go have a look
Okay.
at another game.
And Thomas immediately begins scanning for Charles, and he finds him. Charles was one of the other fairly lucky people, at least in Thomas's mind, Charles seemed lucky, because instead of falling from the roof all the way to the ground, Charles and 15 or 20 other people had fallen right onto that brick structure that kind of made up the main part of this factory. And so Charles had only fallen maybe 10 or 15 feet onto this structure. And so Thomas is thinking, oh, Charles and these other people, they've survived this fall, they're okay. However, the second Charles and the others, who supposedly were saved by landing on this brick structure, the second
Sorry to be a
hit
pain. Could
that
I
brick
test drive one of the Max 100 M4s?
The M4s, okay. M4. There you go.
Alright, I'll wait for him.
Anything else?
Another test drive. Sorry.
Yeah, which one?
The Nexus?
There you go.
Sorry to be a pain.
Good.
structure, despite not suffering catastrophic injuries like broken bones and horrible internal injuries, these people on the brick structure began letting out these primal screams, these just horrible, blood-curdling screams, and as they did, these loud popping sounds began coming out of their body, and then their bodies began contorting forward, almost like a bug rolling up onto itself. It would turn out this factory was not a normal factory. This was a glass factory, and in order to make glass, you need to heat sand and some other chemicals up to extraordinarily high temperatures. You need a furnace that can literally burn hotter
So they
than
landed
lava.
on a fucking furnace. They landed on...
It's back there.
Yeah. They landed on a fucking furnace. That must be the worst way to actually, you know. I don't know what's worse. Either the... Oops. Go ahead and put it away here. The Dinka Nexus reminds me of like Back to the Future type shit.
Thank you. Sorry for the trouble.
Yeah, that's no problem. Oh, they landed on a fucking furnace.
And so that brick structure that was housed in the middle of this 5-story tall factory was a glass furnace, and it was on. And so even though the inside of this furnace was the hottest place, it was over 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the outside of this furnace, where Charles and the others had landed, believing they were saved from this 55-foot fall to their death, was still extremely hot. So hot that the factory workers couldn't even go near the furnace, even with special equipment on. The way they worked with this furnace was with these long metal pokers. They would work the flames and the glass at a distance. And so the instant that Charles and the others landed on the top of this furnace, they began to light on fire. Those snapping sounds that were coming out of their bodies was the sound of them instantly igniting on fire. And so Thomas and the others who had initially survived this horrible collapse watched as Charles and the others shrieked and shrieked, and their bodies continued to contort, and they continued to burn and smolder. And Charles actually, he would roll up so tightly that his body began to roll down the curved side of this furnace, and at some point his body slipped into a crack in the furnace, and he actually fell into the flames inside, at which point he went silent. Around the time that Charles and the others stopped shrieking, a number of people just out on the road heard the commotion, and they came inside, and one of them was Thomas's father. And in a terrible twist of fate, he actually looked up and saw his son clinging to the beam, Thomas, except it was so hot inside of this factory that Thomas was sweating, he was losing his grip, it was really hard to hold on to this beam, and his father watched as Thomas lost his grip and fell the 10 more feet down onto the furnace exterior. He landed feet first, then he fell onto his stomach and his face. He immediately ignited on fire, began shrieking, and then went silent. All told, 23 people would be killed during this roof collapse, and dozens more would be horribly injured and disfigured. This collapse goes down as one of the very worst disasters in sports history. However, on this day, the crowd inside the stadium was so caught up in the game that they actually didn't notice this horrible tragedy taking place just 100 feet away from where they were. It wasn't until the end of the game, when the winning team's fans carried their players in this kind of spontaneous parade out of the stadium to celebrate, that they walked out onto the street and saw all these burnt up, rolled up corpses of the people who had landed on the furnace.
Dude.
In April of 1979, a 69-year-old woman named
That's so
Myers
sad.
was appointed mayor of a little village called Betterton in...
So, what's the worst way to die? In a closet with water spraying on you and not being able to get out? Or that? I think that so far is the worst. Landing on that fucking hot furnace. I think that's the worst. So far, that is the worst to me. Like, holy.
In the U.S. state of Maryland. Betterton used to be this very fancy resort town on the water where people from Baltimore and Philadelphia would come there for vacations. They had fancy hotels and restaurants and shops. But by the time Monica became Betterton's mayor, Betterton had kind of gone downhill. People had stopped coming to Betterton, all the hotels shut down or were abandoned or burned down. The summer homes of the rich people from the big cities, those got sold off. And down at the beach, all these glamorous boardwalks literally just kind of crumbled into the sea, and in their place were all these shanty towns where homeless people set up their camps. But Monica had grown up in Betterton, and so she really loved the town and wanted to improve it. And so when she became mayor in 1979, she really leaned into her new role way more than other mayors would. Instead of managing the village from an office, like most mayors would do, Monica literally went out in town and just began doing lots of jobs around the town for free. She would ride around with the police and literally stop crimes in action. One time, she stumbled across someone looting a vacant hotel, and she personally got out, chased this person down, and made them put everything back that they had taken. She would pick up trash on the beach. She would do random repairs on people's homes and businesses all over town. And sometimes she would just go door to door asking people how they were doing. And so very quickly, the people of Betterton really grew to love Monica, and they loved seeing her every single day just out and about making Betterton a better place. And so on March 20th, 1980, roughly 1 year into Monica's tenure as mayor, it was immediately noticeable to the people of Betterton when Monica was nowhere to be seen. That day, she did not go to the police station in the morning like she normally did. She was not seen at the beach doing her trash pickup, and she didn't knock on anybody's door. And so by mid-morning that day, the people of Betterton, all 120 of them, were basically out in force, looking for Monica. And at 11:30 a.m., the police in Betterton got a call about Monica. It was this guy who was totally panicked. He could barely make a sentence, and he basically just told the police, "You gotta get here now." And so the police hopped in their cars and they sped to the address this guy gave them. And when they got there, they saw it was this very plain, boxy building that was kind of tucked back in the woods. It was far away from the town center, and really nobody ever went over here. And the police, when they parked their cars, they saw the guy who had called the police, the distraught caller, was standing outside of the front door. He was obviously crying, and he was waving for them to come over and follow him into this building. And so the police got out of their cars, they ran over to this guy, and they're asking him, you know, what happened? Where's Monica? What's going on? But this guy was so hysterical, he really could not describe what happened to Monica. He just kept telling them to come on, follow me. And so he led them into this building, and pretty quickly they entered this huge warehouse where all across the ceiling were these big metal catwalk areas that kind of zigged and zagged all over this warehouse. And below them, all over the floor, were these huge industrial-sized 15-foot tall vats that contained something. And so this guy who had led police here, he stops and he just points at the nearest vat. And so the police, picking up his cue, begin walking towards this vat. And as they got closer and closer, they were hit with this horrible smell that made them gag and cough. And before long, they had to stop and kind of compose themselves. The smell was so bad. It would turn out this building that was kind of removed from the town center of Betterton was Betterton's sewage treatment plant. And that morning, Monica had gone to the treatment plant to help clean some of these 15-foot tall industrial-sized vats that contained human waste. She had done this enough times that when she was here, she did not need any supervision. And so that morning, she was alone. She climbed up onto one of the catwalks over one of these big vats, and she had reached down with her testing kit to test the sewage to see how much cleaning it would need. And as she did that, she somehow slipped and fell into the big vat of human waste. Now, she would not have immediately gone under. It was not like a liquid. It was more like clay or really thick mud, where at first she would have kind of been laying on top of the sewage. But as soon as she tried to move to get out of the
like
sewage,
a quicksand.
the sewage would have functioned more like quicksand, where as soon as a part of her body went under the surface, it would not come up again. And so after the police composed themselves, they climbed up onto the catwalk and they looked down and they saw Monica, who was face down, partially submerged inside of this vat, and she was deceased. Her autopsy would reveal that she died of drowning, which means she literally inhaled human waste.
Oh no. Ewy, 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 ewy. I think the second one is the worst way to die. The one with the glass.
That's how much you all contributed to.
The one with the glass. Oh, the David Sky. That show was very touching. Was very touching. Look how much donation he got. Nice.
Dave Hartsock's GoFundMe page after we covered his story last week on our YouTube channel. Dave is the heroic skydiver who sacrificed his body to save his student. Now, because of that, Dave is totally paralyzed and fully dependent on his mother to take care of him. I spoke to Dave after all this money came in, and to say he's happy is such an understatement. I mean, this literally changed his life, and it's because of you. But as awesome as that is, our work is not done. There are other very deserving people that really could use our help. And one group in particular that really needs attention are the victims of violent crime as well as their families. And that is where the Mr. Ballin Foundation comes into play. Within days of the Uvalde Elementary School shooting, the Mr. Ballin Foundation sent $150,000 to support victims and their families. And going forward, we will continue to support them as long as they need support. This year, in addition to all the donations we expect to receive, our company, Ballin Studios, which is a separate entity, is going to be giving $1 million to the Mr. Ballin Foundation, and all of it will go to the cause. We are not taking any money for profit in Mr. Ballin Foundation. Truly, 100% of donations that go into that foundation go to the cause. And if you don't know this, that is very rare for most charities. Usually you got to pull money to pay for the organization. Not for us. It is 100%. You give money to the Mr. Ballin Foundation, it goes right out the door to victims of violent crime and their families. So if you want to join forces with me and the Mr. Ballin Foundation and genuinely make a difference in the lives of people that so desperately need our help, go to MrBallin.Foundation and click on Get Involved at the top of the page. Once there, consider becoming a monthly donor to the Honor Them Society. These supporters not only contribute to the cause, but also they get free gifts and exclusive invites to special live events. Again, go to MrBallin.Foundation and click on Get Involved to see how you can partner up with me and the Mr. Ballin Foundation.
I'm just going to go to the shop before the next quest. Do you want anything?
No, I'm all good.
Okay, sweet. Be right back.
Small flower. Hello. Hello, Sivans. He is bored.
Oh. Hello.
You can't pet a dog.
What? Ben! Ben! Ben!
What? What's wrong?
I can't pet the dog. Why can't I pet the dog?
Oh, I don't know. Guess it's just not a feature.
What do you mean?
Well, they just didn't code that ability into the game, so it's not a thing you can do.
You can't put a dog in a game and not let me pet it. What are you talking about?
I guess they just didn't think about it.
Oh, okay. So I can pick a flower and smell it, I can ring a bell, but they don't let me pet a dog.
I don't know what you want from me. I guess it's just not possible, man.
I'll show you what's possible.
Rowan, what are you doing? Rowan, you cannot pet the dog.
I can pet this dog.
Whoa, Rowan.
Oh.
Rowan, stop. I think you're gonna break something, man. Rowan, stop. Rowan.
Here we go. You're a good boy.
What the fuck?
See? Told you I could pet the dog. If you didn't know, we are in the middle of our next Kickstarter, which is basically funding the next evolution of Viva la Dirt League, essentially getting a studio. If you want to help pledge towards this Kickstarter, there's a whole lot of awesome rewards. Please consider it. The link is down in the description and on the screen. Thank you.
That's funny.
So one thing that Blizzard Entertainment does that's unique in the games industry is the fact that they hold their own convention every year based around their games. This convention is one you've likely heard of. It's called BlizzCon. BlizzCon is a place where Blizzard diehard fans can collectively nerd out over their favorite games and get hyped to new release announcements live from a giant stage. And throughout the years, there have been some pretty ridiculous moments that have been recorded from
What is with
BlizzCon
that guy's
events,
hair?
and some of these moments would make themselves right at home at your local cringe compilation.
Oh, hello. What's your name?
Daniel,
Daniel, where are you from?
Arizona.
Today we're going to be talking about a legendary figure that was birthed directly from BlizzCon, the red shirt guy. Wait, no, not that red shirt guy, the one from 2010. This is the
South
legend
Park
of the
episode?
kid who dared to step in line at a BlizzCon World of Warcraft Q&A panel, and he asked a question to the Blizzard devs that would change the world of Warcraft as we knew it. Before we get started, I want to thank The Ridge for sponsoring this video. They make these sleek metallic wallets that I've absolutely fallen in love with in the past couple of months.
Really?
I've
Huh.
personally used the burnt titanium and the aluminum gunmetal, so I recommend those personally. But there's plenty of different options or materials that you can go with. So I want you guys to take advantage of that 10% off link I have in the description box. That's www.ridgewallet.com/wavy and
Oh, I
use code
see.
WAVY to get 10% off your whole order, and that comes with free worldwide shipping, so check it out. Anyways, on to the red shirt guy story. The day was October 22nd, 2010. The location, the Anaheim Convention Center in Anaheim, California. It was day one of BlizzCon and close to 27,000 people were in attendance. The convention was going well, but it was a noticeably quieter BlizzCon compared to BlizzCons of the past. This was directly related to the fact that this BlizzCon had no new game announcements. World of Warcraft Cataclysm was announced at BlizzCon 2009, StarCraft 2 had released earlier in the year, and Diablo 3 had been announced previously but was still a work in progress. BlizzCon 2010 was basically used as a platform to update the fans on development and features to expect in those respective games rather than to deliver hype with a big game reveal announcement. And I think this more calm atmosphere surrounding this 2010 BlizzCon facilitated the events to take place that would allow our star to shine through. That afternoon around 3 p.m. the World of Warcraft Quests and Lore question and answer panel would begin. This panel in particular, hosted by Alex Afraziabi and Chris Metzen, aimed to take questions from audience members about the lore of World of Warcraft.
I need to do something. Be right back with that one. Let me just switch out. Oh, so we pop in the freaking closet room.
Hello.
Is this Maxwell?
Yeah. I'm here.
Alrighty. Do you have any idea why I'm calling you into the office today?
I may have some ideas.
Like what?
I've heard some rumors going around that I might be getting a promotion, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Promotion or a fire?
Oh, there was a bit of both, you know. There was a 50-50%. I was like, oh, it might be both.
Okay, okay. Someone blew it. Yes, they are right. You are getting your purchase privileges.
Thank you.
But Halsey
I
was a lot
appreciate it.
funny, eh? He almost got a heart attack.
Yeah, yeah. I know. I was talking to Hosey before. I'm like, oh mate, you've got fucking promoted.
Yeah, did he tell you that I almost gave him a heart attack, thinking he was gonna get fired for some reason?
No, I didn't. But he
Well, that's
he did
because...
actually. He did some good acting. He was like, oh yeah, you know, Corvina, she's really mad at you. I think you're gonna get sacked. I believed it for a second.
Dude, like Danny made it so much more believable because he emailed him saying, dude, you were fucked up good in CMG. Dude, you better That's what he said, so it made it so much more believable.
Yeah, yeah.
But of course, you must have heard, like, you had time to hear 50-50 rumors, so it kind of blew that.
Yeah, yeah.
I was hoping you and Halsey would actually come in together so I could have just dropped the bomb, you know?
Yeah, I wish I was there, but fuck, couldn't make it.
Alright, let me go ahead and put you up there first. Do you have any idea about the purchasing though? Any idea at all?
Yeah, I sort of have a vague sort of idea. I've seen the sheets, so it's pretty
Yeah.
self-explanatory.
Okay, so for the sheets, make sure you do not click drag anything. If you do, make sure you do backspace instantly. Basically, if we have a red listed car show up, we can only take one per, and it has to be maxed.
Yep.
We can't take a red listed and, you know, unless they're a burrito, a Rumpo Trail, Benson. Those actually sell pretty good.
Yeah, yeah.
Unless it's a red listed that you know that we will not sell, do not buy
Yeah.
it. Alright, what else was I gonna say? Any questions though about the whole processing? So basically, you go up to a car, someone wants to sell the car, you go up, you slash inspect it, make sure you tick all the boxes. It has to be max level 3 engine. If it's level 1 brakes, that does not count.
Yeah, and if it's level 2 engine, that's stock.
No, that is stock. That is correct. So everything needs to be level 3. Suspension needs to be level 4 to be max in order for you to tick it. And then the armor as well, whichever armor it is. Just make sure you do inspect the vehicle good, because sometimes, like for example, one big example is the Fat Boy bike. When you inspect it, it'll say Hexer. Hexer is a car, but it's not that. It's a Fat Boy. So you need to be careful of the names, because some of the names are also UNK, Chetra. Other than that, did you lock the door, by the way? You came in?
Yeah, I locked the door. Yeah, it's locked.
Alright, so make sure when you inspect, you could put your dealer name. Oh, and also, please be careful with the keys, because that's why I always say this one line. Alright, sir, page up, sell vehicle to Corvina. Please copy paste your bank number on a note. Now you could repeat
I
the
witnessed
process.
someone. I witnessed someone the other day not get the keys. The guy just drove off.
Oh, what?
But they got the keys eventually. I think it was. Oh, it was a couple days ago. I forgot who it was. But they got the car eventually.
Okay. Because yes, I've had that mistake once where they would / give key instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, be careful of those. If you don't see the name giving you the key, the name will show up, okay, when they give the car. That's the name that you have to pay attention to put in the seller's name, okay? Of course, if you didn't pay attention, make sure you're able to deposit the car. Because the only way to deposit a car is if you own the keys. Alright. So put the dealer name, seller's name, everything else can be filled out later, make sure you go directly, just as soon as they start writing down their bank number, just say, just give me a moment, I'll grab the funds. I do suggest grabbing the funds instantly and transferring them instead of doing it later, because later you might forget.
Yep.
And it's a big issue when you forget and you're not sure, and then you tell executives, can I get the last hour of me taking out whatever from the bank account? Because
Yeah.
it's kind of like, you know?
Oh, there
Maybe
was
that-
one question I had.
Yes.
When you taking out money and you accidentally like take out the wrong amount,
Are you
do we
able
just contact
to-
on views?
No, you're gonna
I
take
think
out...
I might have to hard fly.
Do you...
Yeah, I
do
have to
you-
hard fly.
Yeah, you're gonna have to free fly. To answer your question though, you are responsible enough as an experienced sales
Yeah.
associate to take out the exact amount of money that you get for the offer, right? Whatever offer turns up, if you look at the 5th calc, let me put up something. Oh wow, all our R34s sold? Okay.
Oh, really? That's good.
I mean, that's good, yes. But as you can see, like for a stock R34 on the 5th calc, regardless, it says 33495. You will only get the first 3 digits and the rest make it 0.
Yep.
So
Just round it.
334,000, just balance it out to an even. Alright?
Yeah, even number.
That is just so it doesn't mess up on the current stock. It only does that because of the markup percentage to the new price.
Yeah, yeah.
Or base price of it. So that's out of the way. After you give their money, make sure they copy paste on a note. You don't want the customer telling you the numbers, because one wrong number and they're like, oh crap, it was supposed to be 2-1 and not 1-2. That's
Yeah,
it. Like, you're gonna have to use your own funds. Okay?
Yep.
Okay, so the reason why I tell you to do that instantly is because you might forget. I've done that once. It's not fun.
Yeah.
And you end up losing money. So, you don't want that happening. Make sure to get the color of the car and then put down the buy price, which is 334,000. After that, deposit the car as soon as you get all the info, and then you could submit.
Yes,
Now,
sweet.
don't spam click the submit. Do it once and hope to God it goes through. Okay? It
Yep.
should show in the purchase logs, and it will show in the current stock. If you do make a mistake like Halsey did the other day, just redo the whole purchase details and then submit the correct one, and then just you know the rows, right?
Yep.
The numbers, make sure you right click delete the whole row instead of clear
Yep.
of the whatever that's not supposed to be there. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
any other questions?
No, seems pretty good.
If you make a mistake, I might demote you. No, I'm kidding. But anyways, any questions, make sure you ask your fellow purchasees, or you
Easy.
can even email me directly. I might be asleep certain times though, so I might respond when I can.
Yeah, yeah.
Other than that, yeah, I think you need to refly in order to access. Oh, and make
Yeah,
sure
like-
no matter how tempting that cash is, you do not take any extras, yeah, because that is going to give
Yeah.
you a big no-no.
Yeah, yeah.
If you do accidentally take out an extra 0 though, make sure you give it back instantly, like instantly.
Yeah.
Because
So, yeah, yeah. Is there a way to just like deposit it back in there? Or do I
Yes.
give it to?
So
Yeah,
once
yeah.
you refly, you'll see. I'm gonna wait for you to refly, and then you'll see.
Yeah, nice.
Hey,
well,
Nick.
I'll just refly now, then I'll be here soon.
Alrighty. Yeah, Nick, I was watching the RuneScape Falador Massacre documentary. It's pretty interesting how the whole thing went about. I was there when it happened too. It was so funny. They never unbanned that guy. I mean, can you blame them? Like, it was a total mess that day. Let me see what RS. Oh, hello.
Oh, we got the good outfit on.
New Bush. New Bush.
No, it's Sergeant Commander camo. I gotta change outfit, don't I?
Okay. Was that Reaper?
Here we are.
So you can see in the boss menu, manage
Yep.
account. So we got 53 mil. You do the withdraw, and if you do need to put back anything that you accidentally took out, deposit. Okay?
Yep.
It'll go directly. The reason why I say do this instantly is because it'll go directly into your bank account.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's why we do mobile transfers. Now, it's on you if you do decide to do it later. If you do miss money in your bank account, you know.
It's my own fault.
That's why I say to do it instantly as they are doing their bank account on the note. Okay?
Yep.
Also remember, only 3 in stock. It'll show red if we do have
Yes.
3 already. Don't go over, only because we don't want people to start questioning, like, oh, is there something wrong with the car? Why people are selling it, you know? It's some type of curse. At least what I've known.
Yeah, as soon as it goes 4 over, it's in there for like weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, any questions?
Oh, that seems pretty good.
Alrighty. Live and
Alright,
learn.
thank you.
And if you do have questions, make sure to ask them. Better
Yep.
to ask them than to guess and make something mistake.
Yeah, sweet.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Alright.
change your stuff now. Put us up there. Alrighty.
Alright, thank you. Oh, damn.
Oh, shit.
Hello?
Oh,
Oh,
when did
shit.
you guys
Oh.
get in here?
No. We've just been in here for a while. Alright, thank you for
I was
calling
gonna sack Maxwell, but he convinced me otherwise.
Yeah.
Maxwell, stop being naughty.
Anyways, what the R34? What
Yeah, so we got
is-
R34 in stock.
The
black
thing is, okay. By the way, did you notice how our building is leaking?
one. Yeah. Oh, what the hell?
I showed that already to the management. But anyways, there are certain cars that we might have in stock that are ghost cars that are stuck. So Gov will need to like remove them. I'm not sure if we actually have them.
I checked purchasing and I checked archives, and that plate has not been sold.
So the only way to find out is if we reach out to Jamie or Rama, because they're the only ones that can see what happened there.
Yeah. Because I remember I did purchase a Reaper 34 and I did chuck it in. But then it's not popping up in purchasing logs, and it's not popping up in archives to see if anyone even sold one before.
It's weird. When
Because
did
the
you buy
last
it?
person probably like a week ago, it was Fabian had sold it. Fabian something. I'm not even the one who bought it. I just know it was sold here. Yo, anyone in? Fab, are you in?
We don't have.
When did Fabian sell his R34?
Scusi.
Yeah, the Reaper one. You know how he had Reaper 34? Yeah, well, it's popping up in our stock.
Yeah, when was that? So I can look at the backlogs.
Because we're trying to find out what's going on. We want to back. I'll give me 1 second. I've got to finish this health. Let's purchase.
Check. Last week, eh? Huh. Might as well just... Purchase log. I have to go back. You know when?
He's currently in his head. Because I know it was like 3 days ago he said, I'm going to sell my R34. And he had the Reaper 34 plates with the ugly carbon fiber roof that was all black. Let's see. You reckon he'll be in email? Yeah.
Because the only I-34s that we had in the last couple of days were the four I-34s that we did have, which was King K.
Yeah, I know those ones.
Yeah, those. What is the 4 and then 4 zeros? What?
Mind you, I checked when the 4.4 was there with the 4.4 all zeros. That one, that one was never in stock, so it was a different plate.
Wait a minute.
So that one was put in completely wrong.
But is it still in our current stock?
No, that one was sold.
Huh. Really?
Yeah. So when all the 30, so we had 5 34s in stock, and one of them was put in as 44000 or something like that. But that wasn't its actual plate, because when I had searched for that, it wasn't in stock. So I ended up searching by color and modification, and I still couldn't find it. So someone must have sold it. Yeah, we're just trying to find out if he sold his car, because there's a Reaper
how do we
Skyline
know
in
if
here,
we...
exactly the same as his one, like same plates and everything. And
this?
we're trying to find out if he sold it or not.
Yeah, we're gonna have to tell... I'm gonna just message Ramo to see if he can check on that.
Yeah.
Cause that's weird. He's not in. Detectives. Oh yeah. Yeah, copy. Oh.
Hey mate, how can I help you?
Hey, there's Vento's mini bike.
The new bike? Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, how much is it?
Go to Knox.
It's only got engine for 79k.
Yeah. You guys got 2 of them in stock?
We've only got the one in stock at the moment.
Do you reckon PDM will have?
You can go ask, but I'm not too sure.
Is it cheaper to get it here or PDM, you reckon?
I think PDM is 80k for a stock one. Also, I will tell, I'm a good salesman, okay? Don't be mean to me. Hey, stop this.
Oh no, I heard someone say this go for
Stop being
60k.
naughty. Is it?
Yeah.
Well, think of it like this, right? If you do chuck any modifications, brakes is 60k alone. Yeah. So every single modification is engine turbo trans is 60k.
Wow, Nick, you didn't want to put my advert? How about my advert, eh? I think my advert is sexy.
Okay.
This comes with brakes already, so you're saving.
Okay, just get that one. Invoice me and put it in her name.
I can. Max, you want to do this?
What is it?
So get that bike, invoice me and put it in her name.
It's the
Yeah.
mini bike. So 7
What was the name of the bike?
The Ventos. I'll take it out and use it.
Yes, sir.
I just contacted Jamie to see what happened to that, because anyone that would have purchased it should have went through the purchase logs with that plate. Does your friend who owned the R34 remember who he gave it to?
Most likely not. The guy's a bit of a ungabung.
Said,
I feel like
what's his name?
Fabian. He had said he had come and he was going to sell the car, and then the other day he said he had sold it, and yeah, I don't know from there because he's only got his E63 left when he had both the R34 and 63.
Fabian Volkanovsky, is that?
Mm-hmm.
So the plate that was put was 44000.
So that was the plate.
Was it ever sold?
What?
Like, I don't know.
I'm gonna go on as well. Yeah, GB it.
Where's the guy? Why isn't he coming?
Oh, what do you want to get?
I want to get a ZX Spinner.
What's that?
The bike. I want to see how much they go for.
ZX. I mean, I don't see it in archives.
Do you need help with the vehicle?
Yeah, I was just wondering how much are your ZX Spinner Ninjas to Kawasaki?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, the Kawasaki road bikes, yeah. We have one.
Should be red, but okay.
So here's the ZX10Rs, yeah?
Yeah.
So we have two installed.
What happened
one
then?
Of them is Max 20 with only turbotrans engine for 136,000, and the other one is no armor, but it's got turbotrans engine brakes for 132k.
How much is the other one? 136?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a 4K difference.
Okay. Alright. I'm gonna talk to my friends and I might come back.
Alright, let me know.
Alright, thank you. Bye.
No problem.
Interesting. I'm just looking to see what happened with that log after they had put it in. All I know is that Ramo did buy that car.
Yeah.
Stay here by then. It's fine. It's not there anymore. Let's see back here. Not here anymore either. It was yesterday. Trying to look at what happened. Oh, and then it's... I need the vine.
Hey, mate.
What's going on? What?
What's going on, mate? Hey, Corvino.
Yes.
I was just saying my name's still down. It's like doubled now. There's one in junior staff and one in seniors.
Wait, what?
If you look in sheets, company HQ.
Oh, yeah, he's in junior and senior staff.
Just give me a moment.
Never.
Guys, we should have a little staff lunch, man.
And then see all the customers banging on that window?
Damn, I haven't made many sales. Only 16.
Only
it's not too bad.
16.
I'm waiting for Oscar to come back with his millions of dollars to buy more cars. He's making me some decent commission.
Otherwise?
Welcome,
Hey, mate, how are
welcome.
you?
Halsey has sold 28 cars this week.
Okay. So, today, alright, today, but this was 12:07 a.m. for me. That would have been, wait, 5 p.m. AEST, probably?
Yeah.
So, between that, so it's between, Wolsey? Who's seen O'Neill? Seen O'Neill? So, let me see. I know you're one of them. And then
Was I a naughty
Halsey.
boy?
I don't know. It's between you, Halsey, and...
I mean, if I had put it in wrong, I would have fixed it because you told me how to do it.
No, it's just someone deleted the row. That's the thing.
Deleted the row.
Like, they deleted the whole row because apparently probably they couldn't see the car in showroom.
That wouldn't have been me. Usually
don't
I
know.
ask before I do that.
I'm gonna have to just redo it.
You want me to take it out and redo it?
I need to
Is
do
it-
Ramos details, that's why.
I'll... Because I know I didn't purchase the vehicle, but I saw that a 44000 was sold.
It's not even in... Wait. It's
Well, it should have been
44...
sold.
It's not 000, but 44... It's like quad 0. Is it in the
Quad 0? Yeah,
archive
something
logs? Because if it's not in the archive logs, that means it was not sold. And that 44 quad 0 is bought by Ramo, who bought it by Fabian, who's your friend. That's his
Yeah.
car.
Yeah, so no, it's not even in archive. And so
Yeah,
if
so if
Ramo
it's not an
bought
archive, so someone deleted, but it's between you, Halsey, and another guy, and it's not.
wasn't me.
Let's grab it out. Who's helicopter?
EMS.
Alright. I just deleted that sale input by Ramo. I'm gonna put his name again though.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and put the data. What was the last name? Fabian Vulcan. What?
Do not ask me, not even I know how to say it or spell it.
Just go ahead and put the what it has.
Yeah, I did what it has, the 430 price range that would have been given, the color and the number plates. And I'll leave the seller name to you.
Oh my god. I was doing the first calc, never mind.
No, it was down at the last calc, that's why I went there.
Is this for sale?
Yeah, we're waiting to fix it up and then I think old mate wants to buy it.
Yeah.
Wait, it doesn't have... I don't know. It got sold for... Oh, it got sold for probably VIP price by Ramo. That's why it's 440.
VIP, bro? Yeah, because it's max 20, no brakes.
The VIP thing is not even working. Wait, what?
I'm surprised Fabian got VIP out of everyone. Well, even I could get VIP, what is this? It used to be 10k, bro.
Why is it not reflecting? Right. The VIP is not even working.
How much
on
free
that
space
slot.
is stuff?
Should be about 250.
110.
110, ooh, yuck.
I don't know, I might buy it.
Has more.
Fuck, yeah, I'm either gonna get this or I want it 32 or 33. They just look way better.
Before that, I think the gentleman over there had asked like 30 minutes ago if this was for sale.
Can you go fill up
yeah,
the
mate,
top
just give it a
one?
moment.
I don't know why the VIP thing is not working there.
Alright, give me a second, I'll fill it out.
Just don't copy paste, because it might mess up the coding.
You have to be very cautious with these documents.
No, you got me in just after the tunnel.
Damn, look at that engine.
The guy.
Oh my god, Simon! I put it right above the fourth calc!
You said put it on the first cal.
No, I didn't. I just say put it above.
Oh, I thought you said up on the first cal.
Oh,
Alright,
no,
hold
that's
on,
okay. No, it's already done. It's already done.
See, but I was
Simon.
quicker than you, just saying.
I was literally waiting for you to put in the tick boxes and then we would go from there.
I cleared the fifth calculator.
Yeah, I'm trying to check why the VIP's not showing up.
Apparently, the third calculator calculator was the one that was broken, but it seems it's the 5th one now.
What is that eraser thing? Does that just clear it?
Probably.
Nexus admit.
What's broken on the 3rd?
No, I used to think it was the 3rd one that was broken. It's the 5th one.
Let me check the stuff.
Yeah, VIP works for.
How's the paperwork go?
How's it going, mate? Yeah, just one moment, bro. We're finalising this.
Yeah, you're alright. So what happened? Someone didn't have the keys in or something?
No, it was that Danny.
Oh no. Oh
We got him.
no.
We got him just standing there. We just hold your arms at him. Just.
Yeah. Oh no. I wish
Guys pointing means war.
You keep doing it, you'll fly away. No, he got me after the tunnel on the on the flat.
Who did? Did you lose a race?
Yeah, one of my boys came down from his car. I was like, that car will smoke your car. I honestly thought you'd win for him. He's like, nah. He's like, watch, I'll come down and I'll beat him.
Did you pop Nos?
I did, at the start, I dropped him at the start, gapped him all the way to the tunnel, and then he got me on the after the tunnel. Just no, after the tunnel on the flat, he started creeping up behind me.
No, what car did he have?
63. He's 63.
Oh yeah, you're not beating the 63, bro. That thing's fast as fuck. When you compare speed-wise, I think it's got like 30 to 40 on that.
I think it's just got a better climb.
It's not just that; it's got a better engine. Because the top speed of the 33 is like 230 or some shit.
Yeah, it's 230 on flat.
Yeah.
But around
On
the city
down,
and
you're
shit like
looking
that,
at
it's awesome.
240.
Okay, that should be in, honestly.
That looks good enough, right?
That was my old car, by the way.
Was it?
Yeah, and I sold it to and I sold it. I sold it to my mate, and he obviously painted it.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna fix that up.
I had the full Nismo look on it like that one, same colour.
This wasn't removed from stock yet, so I could just chuck it into the red.
Yeah.
I'll be changing the colour. It's probably a pearlescent. Gunmetal grey or something with red underglow. Get some nice rims on it.
Oh, so now the R34's in stock. You've waited a very long time for this. What would you like to do?
I would like to buy it. How much is it going for?
So it's max 20, no brakes for 497,000.
Yeah, alright.
Hold it, mate. I'll pop that for you. Just, Hey, Corvina, you need 2 more purchases here. You want this one?
You want, just check my name on it. You can get the commission. Dude.
Just pay that one for me, please.
Ooh, hello, Fisa.
There you go, brother. Alright, one moment. There you go, bro. And it's all yours. Other side.
Have a good day.
Have a good one.
I wonder why he put the plate as 44 quad 4. Quad 0.
I feel like he stored it before finishing it and
He
it was just like,
probably
okay.
got distracted. Oh, he probably just put in the price. It was 440,000.
Yeah, we sold a bunch of stuff.
Oh, there you go. I'll put the next sale under your name as well.
Okay.
Righto, bro. I'm so poor.
Well, what have you done this time?
I've only got 2.8.
Only?
Yes. I'm selling my Ford GT for 2.5. That'll put me at 5.3, and then
That's
I need
not-
another 3.7.
Having almost 3 mils not poor.
I'm gonna have about 10 mil by the end of the day.
What?
Oh.
10 mil.
Don't know what you're talking about.
We had some Sherons and 4 GTs and 720s, but they all went very fast. Oh yeah, what's your name?
I mean, I could be sitting at that, but I just can't grind that. I can't grind anymore. I just can't do it.
Yeah. No, 50 bought,
Bro, what do you mean? I ain't grinding shit. I hate grinding.
Oh, I hate it now too.
The KPI is not updating because the end of the date that they put is on the 19th. It's whatever. Anyways.
This means war. I've done pretty well.
Cases have gone down from 450 to 400 now?
Yeah.
You at best
Why?
you could get 425. Because people just don't want to pay 450 anymore.
There's nothing in them anymore.
No, there's shit in them. It's just people think they're not worth 450. It's 50k. Hey, right, I buy a car. That's not a problem.
No, I'm saving money from the Pagani.
You have more than enough for the Pagani already.
7.2.
Why are you bullying me?
No one's got one though. I'm gonna have to come into the city just to fucking put a post up.
Yeah. Just feel like.
So how are you right now?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm good. Chilling.
How's the diving been for you?
Um,
I think I seen you down at Little Pier yesterday.
technically it's not me.
Saw your cousin down there yesterday.
Your cousin.
You mean the eldest that likes to go diving as a recreational hobby? Yeah, she apparently found a hard lock. Just one.
That's alright.
You know what this Danny did? The one to my left? Where my
No,
left
don't
arm
even
is?
talk about it.
He was getting out of the water
Hmm.
and he decides to search while, you know, he had a lot of weight on him and pulls a hard case. But guess what happened?
Oh no! Of course I know. Oh no! The worst.
I was so tilted all day.
The worst. You're fully you're full and you. This is why I always limit carrying things by about 11 to 12 kgs and store everything by then.
Nah.
Yeah, I usually
that's
do,
why
but when you're getting out of the water, you just don't expect that to happen.
when I search and I know I'm overweight, I'll drop like the heaviest crabs I have just to get that extra weight. And then if it's nothing, I'll just pick it back up.
It's right near shore too. Like you can't. The only reason I dived in it's because I stayed, held it down to stay under. It was literally in where you could stand.
Yeah, unlucky though. I've just had no luck. 5 days, no hard case, and probably one briefcase that whole time.
Yeah.
I just wrote in the. Oh no, not that one.
out. It's my favorite calculator.
Search for an unless you're the one that broke it.
I break everything because I'm crazy. No, it wasn't
So
Oscar. It was Oscar.
Mr. Simon, mate.
Oscar, fucking
How you
Mr.
doing,
McGregor.
brother?
How did your casino run go?
How did my what go?
I did
Your
not
casino
notice you.
Oh, I haven't
Hello.
gone yet.
So much stuff happening.
You didn't go?
No, I haven't gone today. I went yesterday after I
Anyways,
bought those cars. It
guys.
was like 4.1 mil.
It's almost my bedtime,
sell any of the
so
cars
I'm
back?
going to
Huh?
Did you sell us
raid
any of the cars
someone.
back?
No, I still have all the cars.
for
It was just like a
tuning
spare
in.
4.1 mil I had.
Imagine having a spare 4.1. So how much did you
Well,
win
I had 2 mil, so I had 2 mil when I came here,
let's
and I was
go
like,
and
oh,
raid
I'll go see if I can buy a car. And then I was looking through my cars, and I forgot I put 2 mil in one of my trucks because I had to go do something for one of my boys, and I didn't want to have 2 mil on
Oh
me.
my god, Dora
So I just went to the casino. And I lost all of it.
Beavis and Butthead.
It's one of those days.
Yeah,
Don't worry,
it was
tonight
one-
you'll go again and
till
come
next
out with
time,
another
guys.
10.
Go to
Let's
bed
hope so.
soon,
I don't actually
so-
think I'm gonna go today. I'm gonna go hunting, and then I'm
Let's go
probably
and
gonna
raid
fly
at
and hit
Westy
gym or some
Bra.
shit. I gotta see what
Yeah.
happens. Can't be
As you-
fucked today.
I usually do that before I come home.
Oh yeah.
Just get a couple of hours in.
Hours.
Yeah, 2 hours, bro. You're doing
I'm there for like an hour and a half max.